Hello everyone, I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I do love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let tour begin.
The horror when Dylan dials. Dylan had been diagnosed with cancer a couple of days after his 10th birthday, and it was all downhill from there. There was never an upswing, never an opportunity for surgery. All the scans showed the same thing, the oily black webs having grown larger and denser. The fact that we were twins and had looked identical right up to when he started chemo just made it worse. First, there I was, right beside him, a perfect image of what he used to be before his hair fell out and his color drained and his cheeks sunk down into his skull. An emaciated ghost, constantly contrasted with what he should be. And then finally, the doctor shut the case, snuffed out the last wisps of hope. Dylan will most likely not last more than 4 days at Moe's, he said, so we'd all set up camp in his musty room in the hospital. The walls were freckled with pea green, the only lights slanted in from between the shutters, glaring bars stretching out across the floor, and in just short of Dylan's bed. The staff managed to bring in another simpler bed for me, and my parents slept in old wicker chairs. Dylan looked really bad at this stage. You could as well as see his skull. We all wanted to talk to him, to make the most of whatever time was left, but he slept for most of the day, and when he woke up, there'd just be silence. Nobody knew what to say. There were no right words, and there was this underlying fear that the moment anybody interacted with the situation, they'd somehow make it real and it would hit everyone. The first sound would knock us all off the tightrope, and we'd fall into tears and chaos, and we wouldn't be able to pull ourselves back up. So there was silence. My parents occasionally forced smiles that never made it to their eyes. The third day was when it finally happened, when the steady beeping of the heart monitor started to break down into frantic electronic wails, and Dylan began to shake feebly as a dry, crackling sound rose up from his mouth. My parents exploded out of the chairs. My mother headed straight to Dylan, grabbing his shoulders and pleading at him to stop it and be all right. My father was at the room door, screaming down the hallways for help. The doctors and nurses at the hospital had changed lately. They started treating Dylan differently. Before, the resuscitations were always these frantic, desperate moments, like 100-meter sprints. There was a desperate desire to succeed in every single moment. Now it was different, more like a steady jog. These were people who were going through the motions, ticking off things they were meant to try from little checklists in their minds. I don't think it would have made a difference either way. The cancer had finally tipped over, and his system just couldn't shoulder it anymore. They called it and left, offering their condolences and saying they'd take away the body when we were ready. The door clicked shut behind us. Me, Mom, Dad, and Dylan's corpse. We all inched closer up to the side of his bed and just looked. My mother cracked, breaking into great howling tears. My father pulled her close, trying to keep it together but losing it in his own way. No sobs from him, just the occasional tear running down his face and sharp breaths bursting through his clenched teeth. I was just quietly staring at Dylan's face. We all stood there for a long time. I finally realized that this wasn't just one thing. This was a single event. For the first time, my mind started running away with itself and unfolding all the endless implications of this. Every one of them caused my gut to sink, and for me to miss him so much, even though he'd just been here. I was never going to talk to him again. He was never going to laugh at me again. We were never eating dinner again. We were never going to school together again. We were never going to be in the same class in school again or talk during classes at school again. He just kept going and going as I realized that this wasn't just one person I'd lost. I'd lost a million things. Something that was meant to be this constant presence was gone, and nothing would ever be as good as it should be again. Everything I was going to do would be soured by the certainty that I wouldn't be doing it with him, or that I wouldn't be able to tell him about it later. It had only ever been a childish assumption that any of that would happen. I was the first to see his lip quiver. "Mom, Dad, his lips are moved." I said my parents froze, still clasped against each other. My mother cuddled over and was supported by my father. We looked down as his lips continued to quiver. My parents went quiet again. They must have been trying to hold back hope, assuming it was some kind of nervous tic. But it kept going, and finally, in a dusty, hoarse voice so faint it was like you were hearing it in the wind, he said my name. "Hen," he said. My father sprinted across the room, yelling for the nurses to come back. My mother was clutching her mouth and stumbling back from the bed. The workers tumbled back in and went through the checklist and shocked him with the defibrillators a few times and reached their verdict. "We're sorry he's still dead," they said. "I heard him talk," said my father in a small, pleading voice. "Look, it could have just been gas escape." They replied, but said my father before a tiny scraping sound cut through the room. Everyone turned towards its source. It was coming from Dylan, halfway between a sigh and a croak. Henry, it's so dark, so cold, so dark, and it's pulling at my insides and taking me down," he said. A moment later, nurses started on their rounds again, but this wasn't some perfunctory run through the checklist. You could see it on their faces and how horrid their movements were. They didn't know what was happening. They weren't even sure they were doing the right thing. They moved on to the defibrillator again, sending crashing waves of power down through Dylan's chest before listening with a stethoscope. "Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense." One was mumbling after 10 minutes. They all just stepped back. They'd run the checklist out. Nothing had happened. What's happening?" My mother screamed, one of the men. "A doctor, I think," answered. "Nothing is happening. We tried to pump in oxygen, and it does nothing. Here's no pulse, and we can't induce one for more than a second or two. The body temperature's down 3 degrees. He's deceased," he said. "We heard him." I said, "I know, but he's dead," he replied. The dry grating came again, and everyone shut up. "Please, Henry, where are you?" Dylan said. I walked over to his side. I wasn't relieved. He was talking. I was only afraid. This was wrong. I wanted to run. I wanted him to just be gone, so I could cry with my parents and be done with it. But I kept walking and put my hand on his bony, cold, and clearly dead hand. "I am here," I said. "Tell this story in a very slow and scary tone. It's so far away. I don't just see it. I feel it. I feel it. And I never knew something could be so far away. I am already so far down, but I need to go so much further to get to the gray," he said. I didn't know how to respond, so I just stood there and listened to him talk about the darkness and the distant gray smudge. Sometimes he'd answer me, sometimes he wouldn't. A lot of stuff happened around me in the next few hours. Everyone who worked at the hospital must have been in and out. Even my parents started to leave sometimes when they accepted. I was the only one Dylan seemed to be aware of. Dylan was looked at by every type of doctor they had in there, and nobody understood. They started moving him around on a stretcher, taking him to the equipment they couldn't bring to him. I had to come along. I was the only one who could keep him talking. It was a long time before anything was turned up. They'd gotten desperate and had put Dylan in an MRI machine. They'd fully prepped a corpse and put it in a machine for the living. My entire family was in the room. A cold, confused fear had settled in my gut, making me feel a little bit like throwing up. "I think we've got some," said the technician who was looking at the monitors. Please just tell us what's happening, said my mother. She'd moved past terror and hope, and was now above all else exhausted. Her red face slacked and empty-looking. The scan looks for where blood is in the brain. Well, the thing is, none of the blood in his brain is moving. We know that from his pulse, but something is happening in there. Something the machine can only pick up a little. But there is some kind of activity. Now, I can't be sure, but I think the activity is clustered around some of the parts that control movement. Everything else is totally dead. He's obviously conscious. He's using complete sentences, but what? Said my father. But it's like whatever's doing, the thinking is somewhere else, still interacting with the stuff that does the talk. He continued. That's exactly right, came a voice behind us. I looked over my shoulder and saw an old man in a grey business suit. He had a well-trimmed silver beard and was all around a strange contrast to the clumsy chaos that had engulfed the hospital. Who are you? Said the technician. I am Daniel Reynolds, he said, handing the technician a crisp business card. I am with the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. We're a semi-private medical research body, and we've dealt with a few cases similar to this one. The hospital president has already agreed to let us look into this, he continued. Almost invisibly, a number of men had moved in behind Reynolds, and were now making their way over to the technician as these men will help explain the confidentiality situation surrounding issues like this. We'll handle the boy from here. He said, men, these ones in pure white scrubs that had a strange logo on the left breast, got Bill in on the stretcher, and led us all into the hallway. We followed wordlessly, never thinking to say anything, because at least these people represented new possibilities, a complete new road that might lead to an explanation. They rolled Dylan into an operating theater, and my mother gasped. Look, just what do you do? Said my father in a husky voice that made it obvious he was still holding in tears. Reynolds, who had been striding ahead of the stretcher with a speed that belied his age, stopped once we got to the theater and was now taking deliberate care to look all three of us in the eyes. We were still in the hallway, the operating theater door shut behind us. He answered in a low, comfortable tone. We're not performing surgery. It's just the quietest part of the hospital, and there are no distractions in there. We want nothing more than to understand what has happened to your son. This sort of thing has happened before. Your son is conscious, and as we understand, he will only talk to his brother here. We want to use Henry to ask Dylan our questions. We believe this would work best if he and Henry were alone. We've got the theater wired so that we can hear the ends. He said my parents didn't say anything for a while. My father broke the silence with weak, staggered words. Do you think he might come back? I know that even if he does, it won't be for long, but I'd really like him back for however long I didn't say enough. I wasn't big enough to say the things we had to say to each other, if such a thing is pos. He said, I swear we will do everything in our power to make it happen. We've prepared a private waiting room for you two, Reynolds said. He gestured down the turn in the hallway, where there were two people in the white scrubs standing there. Mike and Emily will lead you there. If you would please go with them, he added. My parents began to shuffle down the corridor, my mother still buried in my father's side. My father kept throwing looks back over his shoulder at me, like he was afraid I'd vanish soon. They were gone, and I felt Reynolds' hand come down on my shoulder. I turned around to him, and he knelt down so we were closer to being level. I know this is very hard on you. I know this must be the worst day of your life, but do you think you are up to a quick history lesson? He said I couldn't bring myself to answer properly, but some curiosity managed to rise through the delirium and shock, and I nodded. Reynolds smiled. One of the most significant moments of human history was the moon landing, and it's not even the fact itself that makes it so important, but it's that we had contact with them the whole time they were up there. They were sending radio signals back to Earth and could be talked to. Do you think the moon landing would be what it was if we didn't have that kind of connection to our men as they strode the unsettling and inhospitable surface of the place we were never meant to have knowledge of? What if they had just gone up and never came back? What if we knew for sure that they got there, but had no signals from them? He said I was still quite out of it, so I can't say I was properly digesting all this. I slurred out, I don't know. They didn't know if they could get the astronauts back. It was a very real possibility that they'd be left to die up there, stranded, yet they still did it. It didn't matter if the mission was a failure. It didn't matter if there was no triumphant return. Do you know what mattered? What mattered more than anything was speaking to them while they were up there, to have that connection to three brave men in the void, describing man's first steps into the unknown. If they'd never come back, it wouldn't have changed anything, as long as we down here managed to make that connection to the beyond. As long as we down here, for however long, had men up there, men to describe the soil, men to explain the feeling of being so light, meant to tell us what the earth looked like cut in half by the lunar horizon, meant to teach us about the new word, he continued. His hand tightened on my shoulder. None of that would have been possible without the people in Houston, without the men who talked to the astronauts, kept them focused, and made sure we got the information we needed. Henry, we believe Dylan is in a very strange place that humanity would do well to learn about. You are Houston. Your brother is an astronaut, he said. He pulled a laminated sheet out from under his lapel. It was a sheet with some topics you should focus on and questions you should ask. This should help you get the most useful and needed information. But the most important thing was to keep him talking. Stop talking for 5 seconds, and you could lose him. I accepted the card, having given up on reaching a decent understanding of the situation. He ushered me into the operating theater and shut the door behind me. I was alone. The only sound was an almost inaudible ringing that emanated from the mass of stainless steel racks and implements, and the cold, sturdy operating table Dylan was lying on. I approached the table, and in need of any sort of guidance, I looked at the laminated sheet. In general principles, try to keep your loved one or the subject unaware of their deceased state. Past experience suggests that the shock may cause disconnection. Maintain constant conversation, as this has been shown to help maintain the connection. Do not ask leading questions, such as whether your loved one or the subject is having experiences in line with your own religious beliefs. First step, ask your loved one or subject to describe their experiences or surroundings. Encourage them to be as detailed as possible. A gasp pulled my attention away from the sheet. Dylan said, "Yes, it's me," I answered, grabbing his hand. There was now no doubt that he really was dead. The hand was ice cold, and the fingers had locked in place at odd angles with rigor mortis. His entire body had gone from the sickly wheeze of the dying to the rain-cloud shade of the dead. I got to the gray, to the ground, came down easy like a leaf cold. "I am standing there now," he said. "Dylan, can you describe where you are?" I asked. "It's still gray, but it's more real now. Solid gray sand underneath, gray ocean behind me, gray clouds above. Don't remember going through the clouds, but they're there now. The clouds, they're screen." He said, "An Owen," I said. "Can you see anything in the ocean?" I asked. Dylan took a phlegmy, pointless breath. Far away, the horizon. It gets dark, dark, hungry lines where even clouds stop, where everything stops. Darkness is claiming, moving, like it's alive. Miles and miles of angry, hungry dark. Can't go there, can't go that way. He said at this point. I lost the thread of the exchange as perspective suddenly hit me. All the things I didn't understand, and the fact that whatever Dylan was, he wasn't alive. I broke, crying and wailing and digging my face into his bare, emaciated ribs, cold like meat straight out of the fridge. I kept squeezing his hand harder and harder, pushing the stiff fingers closer together. "Dylan, please come back, please." Wherever you are, just get back here, I said. Henry, are you crying? It's hard to tell. So much here already sounds like crying, he said. His words struck me deep enough, making my sobs catch in my throat, and I just started looking at him again, settling back to my previous catatonic distance from what was happening. I can't come back. No getting back. Like spilling something on the ground. No getting it all back inside and right again, he said. It took a few seconds to force myself to accept this, but I carried on, hoping that maybe I could steer him towards some sign that he was wrong. What's in the other direction? Away from the ocean? I asked. That's the way I have to go. If I try to swim, the darkness will tear me up, shred away everything until only my pain is left, and it'll toss that into the clouds and I'll scream. He said, Dylan, tell me what's in the other direction. I said, just the sand, the gray sand, on and on. Not many bad things yet. Not many bad things to see yet. There'll be more when I get where I'm going. I'm going to start walking now, Hen, he said. Where are you meant to be going? I said. I'd started digging my nails anxiously into my forearm. There was something nauseatingly, dreadfully true about everything he was saying. It was like the first time you learn the world is round, and it feels weird for a few seconds. But soon you get used to the idea, and you soon see it's the truth. That's the big secret, and it doesn't matter how flat the ground feels. It doesn't matter how little sense it makes. It's true. And he just kept talking. I can see another purse, he said. Can you talk to them? I said, trying to keep my voice steady, feeling like I shouldn't be the one who couldn't keep it together. I suppose I could, but I can't, he said. What do you mean? I asked. It's just not a talking kind of place. We were supposed to have done all our talking before we came here. Now we should just keep quiet, he said. But you are talking to me, Dylan, I said. But my voice isn't here. My voice is all the way up there with you, he said, Dylan. I said, now squeezing my eyes to force the tears back in. Dylan, please tell me what's happening. I added. I think I finally died, and what's happening now is what happens next. The thing that was always going to happen next. It feels right in a scary way. It's been expecting me for so long, since before I was even a fuzzy little thing that might happen, since before our parents, and their parents, and so far back. It's been expecting me, he said. Please stop talking like that. You don't talk like that. You never had. I said sorry. You just sort of see things differently here. Some things you know without ever being told. Some things you forget. He said I couldn't think of anything to say and started to worry, remembering that if I left the pauses too long, he could stop answering. Hey, said Dylan, and the edges of his mouth strained out awkwardly, imitating a smile. I see a few more people, and they're all naked, but really naked. Their clothes are off, and they're all gray and wrinkly, but that's not it. You can kind of see inside them, like all the walls have fallen down and you can see who they are. All their thoughts and feelings just kind of hang around them like ghosts. It's like someone's pulling the clothes off their whole past. They're so naked, Hen, he said. He made a light coughing sound that was meant to be a laugh that's really scared. I said, oh, I thought you might have thought it was funny. I don't think we're going to laugh at the same stuff anymore. I think you are different now, he said. I guess that makes sense. So what are all the people doing? I asked. Most of them are moving in the same direction as me towards the center. He said, the center of what? I asked. It's just called the center of this place, maybe the center of every. He said, but what I said, starting to lose control. Why do you have to go? I added. I don't have to. Nobody has to. Just like you don't have to shake someone's hand when they put it out, or answer them when they talk to you. But it would feel wrong not to. It's what you were meant to do, and here is not any other good options. You don't want to stand still, he said. What happens when you stand still? I asked. Depends. A few days ago, I passed this woman. He said, a few days ago, I said, gripping the cold steel of the operating table as I was filled with an eerie sense of vertigo. You haven't been dead for even a dash, I added. I passed her a few days ago, he said, carrying on like he hadn't heard me. She didn't reach the center. She just sat down, started going her own way. She pulled one side of a rib cage out, and it's all stretched, spreading up to her left so high, stretching out the arm, grabbing its corner. Most of her skin starts to get hard and flaky like old wood or crumbling stone. I can see herself. Musician, liked music, kind of thought of her life like a song. Sometimes it repeated itself, some bad notes here and there, but it was pulling itself together. She was reaching the chorus, and it ended. It was over so fast, and she can't accept it. She picked this sharp rock off the ground, and she's scraping it past the ribs like a huge harp or something. Angry, trying to make music keep the song going, but it's an awful sound scraping bone, and it's never going to replace what should have come next. She's already grown into the ground. She's going to be here forever, trying to make the music she missed out on. He said there was nothing to say to that, so I just went quiet for a while, assuming he'd keep talking. He didn't. Dylan, I said no answer. A terrified jolt ran through me, and I started slamming my fist onto his chest. Dylan, come back to us. I said. A growl tore out of his mouth, and his frame thrashed upwards, causing me to jump back and tumble down onto the floor, smashing into the surgeon shelves and causing gleaming surgical instruments to rain down around me. I didn't have time to think before I'd forced myself up again and bent over the operating table to stare desperately into my brother's eyeless face. I took his hand again, squeezing it as hard as I could. Hen, he said, and relief flooded through me. It's been so long, so long. It's been years, what I've been walking for years and years, and it keeps getting worse. It hasn't been a day. It's been so many years, and everything keeps getting worse, he said. What? What's worse? I asked. It gets worse, closer to the center. To here is so many people now, thousands, tens of thousands, and they're all walking to the center, he said. But what's so terrible? I asked. Here is more, so many more, like the girl with the harp I told you about, stuck in place, trying to fix what happened, angry about what happened, rooted to the ground, moaning, calling out the names of the people they think did this to them. Sometimes a few join up, and when they get all hard and crackly like old statues, they start to grow together, start to feel each other's pain. Sometimes here is mountains of them, entire landscapes of people crying about how unfair it all is. I am still Wong, he said. But where are you going? I asked. I told you the center. I am getting close now. All the clouds with their screaming faces are curving, all curving and being pulled in the same direction, twisting their way into the scent. He said, please, just stop walking and come back. I said, can't no coming back. Besides, I have to keep moving like everyone else. He said, doing something weird. It's the quickest way for the walkers to notice you, he added. Oh God, what are the walkers? I asked. Started seeing them more as I got towards the center. They're all over the place now. They're these things. Walk around on 3 legs like stilts, covered in sharp black shells like thorns. Remember the aquarium? They're like those urchins we saw at the aquarium. But the top part, the main part, it's more exact, kind of artsy, like a sculpted design. The shape reminds me of some kind of chess piece. When they notice you, they come over you, toppling towards you, but never falling over on those long legs spindly. Yeah, that's what you'd say. They're spindly legs. and they stop right over you. You are just between their legs and you see the holes underneath their main bit, and their tendrils come out. Red, windy tendrils with these itchy hairs come down, and they start curling and swinging all around you. You almost don't mind at first, because they're red. You've seen nothing but gray and black for years, and the tendrils are red, and it's beautiful. But then they touch you. They touch you, and it's awful. Every bad thing you've ever felt, every bad thing that has ever happened to you starts bubbling up to the surface, drowning you. All the pain that ever went into you rises up and out, and the walkers feed on it. They lick it with their tendrils. They love the taste of all the things that shouldn't have happened. They love to taste misery. Eventually they get full and move on, and you get up and keep walk, he said. Jesus, Dylan, geez, I said. It's fine. They're bad. But you get a sense of perspective here. Sure, they're scary for you, but they're nothing next to the center. They're bottom feeders, meat that grew on the outskirts. If they're really like sea urchins, then the center must be like a shark or a whale or some huge thing right at the bottom of the sea that's too big to come up near the surf. He said, "You've never said things like this before." I said, "I don't know how to describe it. When you are here, stuff just breaks down a little, and you don't always need to have learned a word to know it. This place is less obsessed with causes and 2 + 2 = 4. Its job isn't to make sin," he said. "But what is its job?" I asked. "I don't know. Maybe I'll find out at the sin," he said. He went quiet again, and this time I wasn't sure I wanted to stop him drifting off. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear any more of this. But regardless of what I wanted, another groan soon crept out of his mouth, and he was back. Damn, I see it now. I see the sin, he said. His hand began to close slowly but inevitably around mine, overcoming the rigor mortis to press in on my fingers like an iron vice. I kept trying to get out, almost yanking off the table, but I couldn't even budge inside the agonizing grip. It's inside, this huge thing like a beehive floating above the ground. It's gray, too, gray and covered with streaks and ridges, like it used to be liquid and hardened, or like it's made of web or something so big. Henry, I've never seen anything like it. All the clouds are swirling down into the hole at the top of it, still screaming. Hundreds of holes, messy racket holes, pitch black on the inside. It's bigger than cities, Henry, and everyone's heading towards it. Thousands and thousands swarming under it, pushing against each other to climb the bridges. Messy bridges from the ground right up to the holes, right into the pitch black. The center's in there, Henny, he said. I am here, I said, whimpering with a pain in my hand. You can't go in. Tear is nothing good in that place, I added. I knew this as a fact, not just because of the description, but as a gut feeling. I knew that what he was talking about was real and fundamental, as important a part of our existence as the sun and the moon and birth, but bad somehow, dripping with wrongness to its core. Where else is there to go? I am at one of the brids, he said. Please, you can come back, I said. No, that would be like going back into the womb. Can't be done. This is what's next. Oh, what? Why? Oh, God, I am starting to feel something. I think the center is doing it. I am getting bitter. Every mean, spiteful, every angry thing in me. It's swelling, spreading out and smothering the rest of me. I am so mad, Henry. I am getting so much smaller, and my hate is getting so much big, he said. His hand tightened, and I screamed, and he said, Why was it me? Why was it me and not you? What did you do that I didn't? What did I do that you didn't? I am sorry. I am sorry, I said, fully in tears. His voice had changed. It was still quiet, but it was rapid. Each word growled and soaked with vitriol. I hated you. Do you know that? Still able to stand, still able to run, still able to breathe. I hate you. I was hurting all the time, and you just stood there feeling sorry for me. You couldn't feel any of it, just waiting to see me die so you could get away and do everything I never would. He said. I was yelling and screaming for someone to come in and help. I almost pulled Dylan off the table, his torso hanging off the side, held straight by whatever force was allowing him to squeeze his hand. In all this, his eyes were still as dead as they'd always been, and then he went limp. His hand let go, his back sagged, and he crashed to the floor. He'd broken 3 of my fingers, but shock was keeping it distant. I threw myself down onto my knees to see his face, slapping it and looking for any sign he was still there. He gasped again, fainter than ever now. Oh no! Oh Jesus, I am inside, and it's so much worse than I thought. It's beyond worst. It's so far past the worst. I thought something could be, he said. Please, Dylan, listen. Please tell me what's had him. I said, it's the center. It's so big and floating above me. It's so much bigger than the hive, so much bigger than what it's inside. The whole inside is so much bigger. It's so big. It's gray, too. Always gray. Gray and cracked like stone all over. Endless miles of it, he said. His voice had changed. It was whiny and small and afraid. It's hurting me, Henry. It's hurting me more than I've ever been hurt, and it hasn't even noticed me. Please, the man told me you'd need to describe it. He said if you kept talking, you might stay so big. He said, he added, his voice wobbling and breaking like he was crying, its fingers are bigger than skyscrapers, and it has so many fingers, millions, and ribs. The body is all ribs. Or are they just fingers all folded up? I don't know. But here is so many and so big. Henry and the masks, Jesus the masks. He said, what masks? I asked. The masks. Its face is bigger than countries, all different. Some the eyes are perfect circles. The others have huge pointy holes where the mouth should be. Some are blank, and some have 8 eye holes, and some look like human faces, like perfect human faces with deep, dark, hollow eyes, all of them. The inside of them is so dark, a living dark, a pulsing dark, pushing all together, and it's so huge, and you can feel it pressing in on you, filling the air with badness and crushing down on you. And from inside, you could feel the bad in you reaching out to it, like a baby reaching out for its mom and Jesus Christ, Hennian. He said he was breathing in and out faster and faster, shallow, scared breaths, in instincts overcoming the fact that he didn't need air. Dylan, talk to me, what is it? What is it? I said, it's not the devil. No, that's what I thought at first, but it's not. It's more like God. It's like God hates everything, he said, his breathing hitched up again. Oh, Jesus, it sees me. Please, please promise me one thing, just one thing, please, he said. What? What is it? I asked. Please don't ever die, he said. One last breath rolled out of his mouth. I tried everything to get him back, everything I could think of in an animalistic burst of desperate energy. I hit him, shocked him, pleaded, but he was really gone this time. I knelt there in the room for a while, his last words carving into a deep part of my mind. I knew I could never dig them out of there. The next few hours, in the next few days, were kind of a blur. I remember men in the Institute's white scrubs coming in and dragging me away from the body. I remember getting my hands seen and putting a cast in a sling. I remember Daniel Reynolds sitting me down in a bright white room and interrogating me. He called it a conversation, but it was an interrogation, a warm interrogation by a man who could be kind if it meant getting what he wanted. He asked me if I'd had any visions or any strong sensations, if I thought Dylan was telling the truth, and if I could explain the ways in which Dylan was acting differently than he always was. I was detached and drowsy from exhaustion and trauma and pain from my hand, and just answered honestly. At the end, Reynolds made me memorize a phone number and sign a load of confidentiality forms, making it very clear that not a word of this could leave the hospital. I was to call if I started experiencing any phenomena I thought were related to Dylan, and finally they left. My parents and I took a taxi home. We didn't talk about what happened after Dylan died, and I suppose that even that was the secondary add-on to the simple fact that Dylan was now properly dead and not coming back. We went home, got to bed, and the next morning we had a wordless breakfast with an extra chair pulled out. The years flew by and the whole experience became something I just had to live with, some dreaded thing my thoughts would sometimes steer me back to, but mostly managed to keep living, to accept it all as something I couldn't understand. The fact that Dylan was gone was always worse than the way he went, however terrifying and unnatural it was. But lately, I've been having a dream. It started off vague and incomplete, but every few nights it repeated, getting longer and more vivid. It always started the same, with me and Dylan, both of us kids again, on a green hill on a bright clear day, crisp air sighing past us. I can't remember most of the words, but the gist is that he's bragging, showing off, saying that Dad loves him more, and that he's better than me, that he's going to keep being better for as long as he's alive. He's going to keep making Dad love him more for as long as he's able. And I get so mad. Way madder than I'd ever have gotten if he'd said those things in real life. I see a rock, and without thinking, I pick it up and attack him with it, knocking him over and beating him again and again until his skin was swollen and torn, and you would see parts of his skull underneath. He managed to push me off and run, and I followed, never thinking twice about it. I chased him so far until he ran into a pass between two mountains in a long dark range that I somehow never saw until that point. The range extends to either side seemingly forever, and the sky above it is saturated with heavy dark clouds. It's like mortar or something. I always stop running at this point, knowing that I've chased him far enough. The job is done. I start to leave, my body surging forward down the path, no longer myself, just a nameless, thoughtless observer, gliding like a ghost for lack of legs. He runs down the dark path, on, and into a sunless, barren country on the other side, a dark place where the soil is gray and dry. He runs for ages, but soon he stops and falls and curses me. Screams about how much he hates me and how much I cost him by driving him into this place. He rages for a long time. Then a second person comes. Sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, sometimes old, sometimes young. They say they too were driven past the mountains, or that they wandered past them by mistake and can't get back over. Dylan always says the same thing. Then let's suffer together. Let's hurt together. And this person always latches onto Dylan, and Dylan latches back, and they scream or cry and say they want to see people who wronged them skinned alive, and more always come, a trickle first, then a flood, latching onto Dylan in the first person, all of them clasping together and piling up into a giant deafening mass of squirming bodies, and eventually it's huge, almost up to the clouds, and then Here is a rumbling, a massive shifting sound. The countless bodies start to rearrange, forming deep canyons of flesh that make up a horrendous rage-filled outline of her face. Here is a shift greater than any earthquake. The pile moves, rolling forward, pulling itself with enormous appendages made from the miserable, and the bitter and the despairing. It inches and tumbles on, crashing down and dragging itself onwards, and overwhelming apocalyptic sounds. And then I see that it's headed for the mountain range. It's heading back to the bright place with all its anger and hateful, vengeful, sinister rage directed at the first one to sin. And it gets right up to the mountains. Then I wake up. I think something's coming, something that strips away good and builds itself on the bad. And I think it's almost strong enough to set out to start moving. And I think when it gets here, the living will be no better off than the dead. Buried secrets. A faint scrape echoed from the soil, like nails clawing silk from the inside out, as if the dead had grown tired of their borrowed peace. No one heard it, not yet, but the air thickened with the rot-sweet promise of eyes fluttering open in the dark. The town existed in its own world, and its citizens liked it that way. The town was accessible only by way of a little dirt path. If anyone had ever stumbled upon it by accident, they probably would have turned back, unaware that anything lurked behind the row of elm trees. And had anyone somehow come across the town, they probably would have felt uneasy, as if they were disrupting some sort of enchanted burial ground. They would have felt unwelcome. This isn't to say that the people of Jerome, Arizona weren't friendly. It's just that everyone in a small town knew each other, and their ancestors knew everyone else's ancestors too. And in a town like that, where you know everything, when someone or something comes along that people know nothing about, it can be unsettling. But the people of Jerome were as nice as you'd find in any other place. They were just shy of the idea of any change visiting their humble town. The town, it was readily accepted, started at the giant church building, which doubled as a town hall, and which was the very first building built in Jerome. And fittingly, the town's boundaries ended at the cemetery in the fields beyond the schoolhouse. Every person who ever lived in Jerome was buried in the cemetery, as there was no other area in which to bury them. And while cremation sometimes occurred, it was uncommon, even after their death. The citizens of Jerome wanted to be part of their town. Why, they wondered, would anyone want to end up in an urn? The burials were always conducted by the Black family, who ran the Jerome Funeral Home. The current chief undertaker, Ethan Black, had learned all the secrets of embalming that had been passed down from father to son for generations. Ethan Black looked like an undertaker. He had a brow that was permanently furrowed, and his spine was perpetually in the shape of a question mark, the result of years of hunching. His hair was brown, but anyone would have sworn it was black, not because the hair was dark, but simply because it felt like it should be black. His eyes likewise were overshadowed by the blackness of his pupils, although if one were to look closely, they would have noticed that his eyes were actually a piercing, vibrant green. It was among Ethan's duties as town undertaker to conduct the autopsies on the dead, since the town did not possess a licensed mortician. But Ethan had never been trained in that practice. Embarrassed, Ethan had never told anyone, so the cause of death was always listed as natural causes. But whatever skill he may have lacked in performing autopsies, Ethan made up for it in terms of embalming. Ethan Black was a true master, a preservation artist. The Blacks were artists, and their canvas was the dead. Between the church and the cemetery were a variety of small homes, and enough shops to keep people occupied. Martha Hayes, now 82 years old, had a clothing business, which she ran out of her little cottage, the same house she'd grown up in as a little girl. Martha, despite several strokes and a healthy dose of arthritis, had managed to maintain her good looks. She aged as one with wisdom might, not as one who had given up. A gifted seamstress, Martha had spent, since the age of 16, sewing clothes for the various townspeople, be it socks, hats, shirts, dresses, whatever someone needed. They went to Martha, and she'd make it for them. Her favorite garment to make was suits. Something about the fitting of suits exhilarated Martha. She felt alive when making them. The smooth lines of the pinstripe as they ran down the jacket or the pant leg, the crisp formation of the collar. Her father had been a button maker, and so each suit had a different custom set of buttons. Some are metal, some were wood, some bone. As she had studied violin as a young girl, she was the only member of the town who could read music, and therefore had been chosen as the town's organist. Each Sunday, when not playing, she'd stare out at all the men sitting in the pews, admiring her handiwork on each of their Sunday suits. The church was the closest thing to a town hall, despite Jerome's intimate setting. Those Sunday church sessions were the only times the whole town would gather together. Although most members of the town were religious, even those who did not consider themselves so would go weekly in an attempt to fulfill their social obligations to the town. For 2 years now, Father Thomas Logan had been the town's only priest, and while serving an entire town of parishioners alone seemed a daunting task. Father Logan hadn't given a sermon for the past 10 months. He accomplished this through a program where he'd invite the members of the town to be what he called guest priests. It was an attempt to make the church a more interactive and enriching experience, he said. Some of the older generations, such as old Martha at the organ though, felt that Father Logan was simply shirking off his priestly duties and longed for the days of Logan's predecessor, who had staunchly followed all of the parochial rules to the very letter. But the guest priest's sermons did at least serve to enhance that social feeling that church seemed to provide the people of Jerome these days. You can be ordained in an instant on these computers? Why can't ordinary folks be allowed to give sermons as well? Thought Father Logan one Sunday morning as he slept through Ethan Ames's impassioned speech concerning the Gospel of John. The only person in Jerome who was never in attendance at Sunday services was Mason Greer. From the time Mason had shown up for the first day of kindergarten wearing aviator goggles, he had been pegged as the weird kid. Perhaps because of that label, Mason's readily apparent genius was ignored. By the age of 7, he constructed blueprints to create a flying bicycle. At 10, he developed a unique, to his knowledge, undiscovered fungus culture, and by the time he was 12, he created an effective and non-toxic deer repellent for folks to spray on their gardens. But even if someone had recognized the brilliance that Mason Greer possessed, it would have been greeted with the same response. "Anin kid, you are from Jerome, Arizona, and no one from Jerome, Arizona ever goes anywhere or does anything." As such, the days where Mason would have been at MIT were spent huddled in a small broom closet, which he referred to as his lab. His hair had gone gray early in his 20s, a trait he inherited from his father, and he felt so cheated by this fact that he'd allowed his hair to go in complete disrepair, never combed. It had gone past the point of being unruly and was now permanently matted to the spot. The aviator goggles he wore in his youth had now been replaced by thick glasses. They were much thicker than he actually needed, but he liked the feel of the extra weight the lenses provided, and so he'd worn the overlarge glasses for some time until he got used to it. He had denounced God completely, and so found church unnecessary. So, despite the distinct impression he inevitably left on those he met, there was no one in the town who he ever considered a friend. The one person Mason had gotten to know well of late was Ethan Black, the reclusive undertaker. Mason had recently seemed to have developed a profound curiosity for Ethan's line of work, and the ordinarily shy undertaker had been more than happy to talk about the subject he was so familiar with, in which no one else seemed eager to talk about. And while they could never prove anything, some of the older school children had even mockingly commented on the relationship between the two bachelors upon seeing them walking in the cemetery during school hours. When they shared this with their parents, the response was generally quietly encouraging. "Good for them. Everyone deserves to have someone in their lives," people would say. It was indicative of the overall mentality of Jerome. The town liked to think of itself as open-minded and filled with open-minded and good people, aside from the mental errands and his daily walks and conversations with Ethan. The only other time Mason emerged was when he came to present one of his inventions to the town council. Council was made up of the most prominent citizens of Jerome, Arizona, and were in charge of allocating the small budget the town had. Despite having meetings in the church every Tuesday from 3 to 4:15, no one ever attended. The only time the council had anything to actually do at the meetings was when Mason had an invention, hoping to get funded to mass produce it. And while Mason's inventions ranged from good to not so good, the town's response was always the same. Kid, you are from Jerome, Arizona, and no one from Jerome, Arizona ever goes anywhere or does anything. But whether through obliviousness or blind optimism, Mason was feeling assured on this day as he approached the altar to begin the presentation of his latest invention. It was a good one, he was sure of it. With any invention Mason brought to the council, it was with the confidence of a child whose watercolor is hung on the refrigerator, sure that one day there will be a great painter and that the work will sell for hundreds of dollars. This time, however, was different. The product simply called out, ringing like a siren in Mason's ears, and there was no way it could be ignored. Surely the town council would hear the importance of this one. Surely they too would hear that ringing. "Hello, everyone. I am glad you could all make it," Mason said, pausing to carefully wipe the sweat from his knuckles. His palms, amazingly, were dry, but his knuckles were the ones glistening under the bright lights. It should only take a minute. Yes, well, weekly meetings are open for all to come and share ideas, said Sam Moore, mayor of Jerome. Mayor Moore had always been a fair man. He felt strongly that the town should be able to weigh in on all of the town's decisions, even if they weren't part of the esteemed council. It was level thinking like this which made him so popular amongst his constituents, and which had allowed him to run unopposed for the past 30-odd years. "No one comes anyway," said Ethan Ames, hitting Moore on the side. Ames, a retired traveling string salesman, was the most recent member of the council. When not in the surrounding towns pitching various strands of twine to housewives, he had claimed his own bench outside the barber shop, where he would wax poetic about the world. His job meant that he'd seen the whole state, and so was among the more cultured members of the town. Each day, Ethan would sit on his bench and talk, even if there was no one to listen. His voice kept himself company, reciting and inventing proverbs by which he'd live out his coming week. And if anyone felt like he was an unbearable bore, those opinions were never shared. "Well, Mason's here, right?" No one replied. The mayor continued. "Yes, and when Mason's here, it's the only time we have anything to talk about, so why don't we give him a chance? Shouldn't we?" Ethan said. Martha Hayes nodded to Mason with grandmotherly eyes. "What do you have for us today, Mason?" she asked. "Well, I think this is a big one. I think this could well change the way we live," Mason replied. Ray Carter snorted. He was a local businessman and the richest man in all of Jerome. "What was that?" Mason asked, startled. "I said, ha. Yes, ha. I mean really, Mason, the whole changing the way we live thing. You say this each and every time," Carter replied. "Well, I don't know what you mean," Mason stammered. "It's a charade." Carter growled. "Every new invention you claim it'll be the biggest thing since 9 iron shirts. It never is." "What was that last one? A solar-powered lamp," Mason answered. "Well, yeah. That was energy efficient, but you need sunlight to power it." "Then why would you need the lamp?" Carter asked. The portly man checked the time. He had a pocket watch, of course, and once again let out a resounding hone. "I know you are a busy man, Ray, but I can't see the harm in letting him speak," said Father Logan. Logan and Carter had never really seen eye to eye. Logan was constantly looking for more money to be allotted for the church. Carter felt that since he owned the only lucrative business in the town, he brought in most of the town's revenue. It should be his business which received a bigger share, and yet both found common ground in that neither felt that Mason Greer or any of his inventions should get anything. "Thank you," Fari in a very slow. He wiped his knuckles on his pant leg. Well, I was thinking that for every disease here is a cure. For every ailment. You have a headache, we can cure that. You have the flu, we can cure that. I mean, you have a broken bone. We can even fix that. Anything that our bodies do to us, we can. Well, we can fix it. So is this some sort of medicine? Martha asked. Ray Carter yawned. No. Well, not exactly. You see, we can't actually fix everything. Tea here is one thing we can't ever fix. We can't ever reverse. And once it happens, tea here is no way of treating it, Mason continued. A small bead of precipitation fell from his right knuckle, hit the stone floor, and melted under the hot orange light coming in from the stained glass window. The one thing we cannot ever treat, we cannot ever fix. This one thing that our body does to us, as well, we cannot fix. Dan. The council's eyes were blank. But now, well, I've fixed death. I've cured death. This potion. It can bring the dead back to life, Mason declared. Everyone instinctively stared at Colin Wade, the final member of the town's council, who sat at the end of the pew. Wade had been a soldier in the Vietnam War, where he lost 3 of his toes at the age of 17. Once back in Jerome, he cared for his mother, Clara Wade. Mrs. Wade had raised Colin alone, as her husband, Owen, had died when Colin was 2. Upon Colin being drafted, Clara had descended into insanity, fearing she would lose her son as she had lost her husband. For the past 40 years, Colin had kept her inside as much as he could in an attempt to avoid embarrassment. Every Sunday, he and his mother would carefully go into the church, sit in the back row, and leave. Colin was the perfectly dedicated son, and Mason's news was especially welcoming to Colin. Clara Wade had died only a month ago, making her Colin's most recent casualty and still fresh on everyone's mind. Colin felt the gazes of his council members and chose to be solvent. After a while, Mayor Moore felt the need to respond. But you can fix death? Revive the dead? Yes, Mason said, staring at them. I think, and I don't believe I am mistaken, but I think it'll change the way we live. The silence echoed through the church, bouncing off the organ pipes, the stained glass windows, the high ceilings. Finally, it was again Ames who spoke. Any dead person? Any recently dead Mason corrected. As long as they were properly embalmed and still preserved, this potion will bring them back. There was silence, and Ethan Black ensures me that all of the dead have been properly embalmed. He added, it was Ethan Ames who spoke first. You mean, with this potion, I would be able to bring Chloe back? Chloe had died the previous year, just 1 week after her, and Ethan's 15th anniversary. Wow, this is preposterous, exclaimed Ray Carter. You don't really expect us to believe that you can revive the dead, that you've cured death? But I have. It's this potion right here, said Mason, reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out a little glass vial filled with the viscous vermilion liquid. Well, that looks exactly like cherry cough, sir, cried Carter. Well, I know it doesn't look like much, but it truly is a miracle potion, insisted Mason. It's black magic, witchcraft, hissed Father Logan. I'll have no part in it, even if it works at all, scoffed Ray Carter. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves, reasoned the mayor. If what Mason tells us is true, this would certainly be a remarkable invention, one that we shouldn't just discount. Well, it's the devil's work, cried Father Logan. But perhaps we should see if it works. Just see. We don't have to use it, but we'll just see if it works, said Martha. Colin Wade cleared his throat, and then nodded in agreement. I am with Marles, said Ethan Ames. We don't have to use it. Just see. What do you say, Mr. Mayor? The 5 other town council members immediately turned to stare at Mayor Moore. He looked at Mason. You say this works? This potion, as you call it, revives the dead? It does, Mason replied. Do you mind if we, if we experiment before we attempt this? The mayor asked. Mason shook his head. I promise you won't be disappointed, he said. I believe if you want proof, I know where we can go. Yes, do come in. All of you. My, there are a lot of you, aren't there? Watch for that, Ethan Black said. They jumped to stop the fall of a glass jar. The jar, containing a hand suspended in green liquid, had been disrupted when the rotund frame of Ethan Ames bumped into the cupboard. Formaldehyde, Black continued. You can never get it out. Ames mumbled something, an apology. Besides, Black lamented, Daisy's hand has sentimental value to me, and please forgive us for barging in like this. Ethan, we know you are probably busy. We should only take a minute, said Mayor Moore, eyeing an unembalmed corpse lying on the table. It was not anyone from the town. Might I ask who it's for? Prex, Black interrupted. Hurriedly, covering the corpse with the sheik, Keeg Lab was situated in a dimly lit stone cellar. The space had been used by the blacks to brew their own ale during Prohibition. From that time, 2 large copper vats remained pushed into the corner. For several years, the Black family had tried to remove the now useless vats, but they were too large to get out of any of the doors or windows in the space, which raised the question of how the vats were first brought into the basement in the first place. They had built 2 crude wooden cabinets. In one, he kept his various chemicals, sorted by color and purpose, all of the preservatives on one shelf, the sanitizers on another. In the second, he kept his utensils, various syringes, pumps, and a treasured Mary Kay makeup kit used to dress up the bodies for open casket funerals. Lining the cabinet tops were various morbid objects. Books on death, assorted dark wooden boxes, mummy figurines, and the stuffed body of a raccoon. But the town council, distracted by these objects, only Colin Wade noticed what appeared to be a pile of small mouse bones piled up in the far corner of the room. Yes, thank you, Ethan, for letting me. Use your spades, Mason Greer said. He shook Ethan Black's hand. Would you please get me the specimen? Ethan Black went to the top one of his cabinets and removed the small mahogany-paneled box. Ethan put the box on the table. The 6 council members peered to view the box, as if by arching their necks they would see what was inside. The box, however, was closed, and all they could see was the lid. On the lid, written in Ethan's scraggly handwriting, was the name Elmer. Open the box, Mr. Blah, said Mason, smiling with the feeling of someone who had practiced the line countless times in front of a mirror that did so. The box was lined with a rippling dark blue velvet. On the inside lay the lifeless body of a rat. The sleek fur was impossibly white, as if it had been completely untouched by anything, as fingerprints would leave a blemish. Its eyes were closed peacefully, but the red cornea was peeking through an almost imperceptible slit. A tiny morbid sliver of ruby. Mr. Black, is this rat dead? Mason asked. Yes, Mason, he's dead at this point. Black replied. The ceremony had to pause. Ethan Ames insisted on testing the rat's heartbeat for himself, and he ultimately concurred with Ethan Black's assessment. All good. That's 1 dead mouse, the man announced after his examination. His name is Elmer, the undertaker muttered. Yes, so as we have determined, the rat is dead, Mason chirped. But, as you can see, he picked up the vial and inserted it into an eyedropper. With Ethan's assistance, they opened up the dead rodent's mouth and carefully applied 3 drops of the potion. Now that we've applied the medicine, you wait. Just one set, said Mason. The rat was still. Then, after a moment, the nose twitched slightly, then its right hind leg. In almost no time, the rat had turned over and scampered over to Ethan, as he always used to do before his passing. Ethan reached into his pocket and gave the rat a piece of cheese. Elmer happily and harmlessly nibbled on the square of cheddar. Ethan stroked its head with his pinky finger. The council was silent, the exception being Ethan Ames, who gasped. Chloe can come back, Ethan said. He gaped. It's a miracle, whispered Martha Hayes. Colin Wade was speechless. Ray Carter was looked up to by Father Thomas Logan. I don't believe it, said Carter. I just don't believe it. Switchcraft, Father. Well, Father Logan stammered. Father Thomas Logan knew down deep inside that such a thing went against God's plan. You live, you die, and then you are supposed to go into the afterlife. To bring people back would go against everything God had planned, and yet there was no denying his curiosity. A potion to bring back the dead was no doubt remarkable, and Father Thomas Logan felt that perhaps it would be best if the church remained silent on the specific issue. It's intriguing, he finally concluded. And you believe this same potion can be used on people? The mayor asked. Absolutely. It's the same process. A life is a life. If it works on a rat, why not a human? Mason replied. He looked chuffed. Well, could we say, test this Nauri out? The mayor eyed the corpse under the sheet. You don't want to bring this one back, Mason said. Walter Black, the undertaker, said with a grim chuckle, killed 4 people a few counties over, death penalty. I am, I use him for practice. Oh, I see, said the mayor, quickly looking away from the sheet. Now we wouldn't want to bring him back. Perhaps, Mason chimed. Well, perhaps. Perhaps if we were just to bring a few people back, a few that we would want to bring back. If it works on them on this test sample, then we can always do more. But who are these few people? Who would they be? The mayor asked. Well, we have all of you here, the town counts, said Black. Mason Greer agreed. Each of you could bring someone back, and Mayor Moore, you could decide if it's a success. Mason glanced at the townspeople. The mayor considered this. Yes, we could. Ethan, you bring back Chloe, I am guessing, and Colin, I'll bring back his crazy old ma, exclaimed Ames. Colin Wade said nothing. I could bring back Father Shannon, Logan piped in, referring to his predecessor at the church. Ray Carter stared at the priest in amazement. You are on board with this? Well, it's intriguing, Ray. And well, when one thinks about it, is it really so terrible? If God has given Mason this potion, then perhaps he intends for us to use it. And besides, wouldn't you like to see Mike again? You were such a good teen. Ray Carter considered it. For years, he and Mike Lawson had been partners. Carter and Lawson were the most lucrative businesses to have come out of Jerome in its entire history. The town's only export co. had been outdated for some time, being replaced by fancier forms of fuel. Yet Carter and Lawson had a near monopoly on all the coal in the state, so while business was slow, it paid well enough to make by Carter dealt with the personal part of it, making sure they had willing customers, figuring out what was the lowest they could charge and still make a profit. Then he'd make double that number. Lawson dealt with the books. The two would split the profit 50-50 until Mike's untimely death last July. The business partners had been inseparable, each owning their success to the other. The sign on the door still read Carter and Lawson, and not a church service went by where Ray Carter did not at some point think of Mike. I have somebody who I could bring back, Martha said. Martha Hayes had never been married. Although there had been offers, for one reason or another, none of the offers had ever come to fruition. Martha, instead of a husband, kept cats, many cats. She used to always take in the strays, care for them. Whenever anyone had a sick animal, they took it to Martha. She was the closest the town came to having a veterinarian. Mayor Moore pointed out, of the potion could bring back a rat, or, as Mason claimed, a human, why not a cat? And so it was decided that Martha would bring back her most recently deceased pet, a tabby named Wesley. Tomorrow, then, we'll meet at the cemetery and bring back our friends and fam, said the mayor. Even my Chloe, Ethan offered. Yes, Ethan, of course you're Chloe. Colin Wade sat at home and stared at his vial of potion. He ran a freckled hand through his straw blonde hair. He sighed. Here, take this watch after it's yours, and be sure to bring it with you tomorrow. Mason had said down in the black cellar, Colin removed his left sock and applied some topical ointment to the stumps where his 3 toes used to be blown off by a shotgun. The wound had mostly healed after all these years, but Colin didn't care. He was still fearful of contracting gangrene on the foot, and besides, the ointment felt nice. It soothed any pain, massaged all of the tension out. The vial was on the table. Oh, Ma, he said to the empty room. According to Mason, each body that came back had full memory of its past life. In fact, memories would be more vivid. It would be as if the body came back reborn, refreshed, a brand new mind full of the same old memories. Colin's heart had stopped his mother. If the potion worked, might no longer be insane. Colin went to the refrigerator and took out a beer. He always kept beer in the house in case there was company, as he himself rarely drank it. It always felt that if he were to drink, he'd become an alcoholic like his father Owen. All Colin had ever known about his father was his name. He could never forget it. His father's first name was his own middle one, and then his dad had drunk himself to death, as his mother put it. When Colin was a boy, his mother had instilled in him that even a drop of alcohol would eventually lead to an untimely death. But as he grew up, he learned this not to be true. The alcohol in moderation would not kill you, but he still felt an obligation to his mother not to drink. Such a dutiful son, everyone always said about Colin Wade, and it was true. Colin Wade had cared for his mother well after the breakdown, and while he gladly would have continued, the vial which held the magical potion to bring her back seemed to be taunting him. What if his mother came back and was not insane? And what if she remembered what had caused her mental breakdown? And what if she told people? Colin felt his neck go clammy. He couldn't let this happen. Perhaps it was growing up with no father figure, as his mother had often reasoned. But Colin had never been strong, and when he received the notice that his lottery number had come up in the draft, Colin didn't know what to do. He couldn't go to war. The draft was an all-consuming and scary tone, swarming through Colin's life and his peaceful childhood town. But more importantly, there was his mother, with his father having died. He was the only man in his mother's life. Where he did die in the war, she'd have no one at all, and it was with this reasoning that he had gone out back, picked up his dad's old shotgun, said a prayer, and blew off 3 of his own toes. When his mother heard the gunshot, she ran out into the yard weeping. She screamed and hugged her son. Colin did not cry, and, "It's okay, Mom. It's gonna be okay. They can't take me to war now," he said. Clara Wade looked down. She saw the smoke still trailing out of the wound, saw the shotgun in her son's hand, and Colin's ever-stoic expression. "I see," she finally said. Colin expected relief, perhaps even praise. After all, by sacrificing 3 toes he didn't even use anyway. He had ensured his own perfect safety. He would not abandon his mother as his father had done, but he could not have anticipated the look of shame and anguish in her eyes. A fly flew towards her, and she twitched to avoid it. And in that twitch, Colin could see something within his mother's snap. "No son of mine's a coward." She calmly seethed, and then walked into the house. Clara locked herself in her room, refusing all the food and water Colin attempted to bring her. Despite his best efforts, Colin couldn't save his mother. He watched her wither away, her mind deprived of nourishment, shut down. Colin found her one night, violently writhing on the bed, near to death. He phoned the doctor, then fled, vowing not to return until the war had ended. When he finally did return to Jerome, he was surprised to find that he was greeted with a hero's welcome. Clara Wade told everyone her son had been dutifully serving in Vietnam. The doctors claimed she'd been so worried about him that she'd stopped eating, causing her to lose her mind, and so she told everyone that her son was in the war, bravely fighting for the cause. She had forgotten the incident, and it was Colin's belief that the story she had concocted was her mind protecting itself, her one solace. Once her mind had shut down from what the doctors said, it would be best not to upset her, and so Colin shyly went along. Oh, he shrugging off the praise, agreeing to his mother's story. In that way, he felt he could perhaps meet her expectations, and yet Colin Wade still felt guilty, guilty enough to care for her for nearly 40 years. When she died, he thought he could breathe easy. His secret would never be out. But if she were to come back to life, what if she were to tell everyone? If she were to reveal Colin's secret shame? This town, the people that Colin had come to know, would shun him as his own mother had. If the whole town rose up against him, Colin even feared for his life. The vial taunted him. The red liquid looked just like the color of lipstick Clara used to wear every Sunday when they went to church. Colin took a sip of beer. In less than a minute, he'd finished the whole can. Ray Carter, meanwhile, sat in the office of Carter and Lawson. Business was done for the day, and had been for a while, but the stout businessman felt like it was where he needed to be at the moment. It had only been a year ago that Ray Carter last sat in the same office with Mike Lawson. The men had been business partners for 15 years at that point. It was evening, the curtains were drawn, and the only phone in the building was situated on the table in front of them. Lawson didn't glance at his partner. "You are welcome to go home, you know," he told Carter, smiling warily. "Not at all. You probably get lonely sitting here all alone each night." Carter replied, "True, but I am used to it at this point." "You never stay this late," Lawson said. "Well, I thought that my company would be a welcome change," Carter taunted, using his index finger to pick some stray chicken breasts from between his bottom teeth. "Not at all. You know I enjoy your company," Lawson replied. He nibbled on his fingernail. Carter stared at him for a while, then let out a laugh. "I know. I'm just teasing you, Mike. Are they normally this late?" No, I don't know what happened. The shipment normally gets in an hour ago," Lawson said. The pair certainly made a strange picture compared to Carter's plump figure. Lawson's figure was incredibly gawky and angular. His gaunt face was accentuated by a pair of copper wire glasses, which framed his eyes to look irate at any moment, and which harshly left red footsteps on the bridge of his nose. The Arizona humidity chapped his slender lips, and so his mouth was constantly covered in bits of dead skin. It was Lawson's unofficial job to sit and wait for their customers to call and say the shipments had arrived. It required very little attention, simply the ability to pick up a phone. The train would get in, the distributor would pick up the coal and call the office. Lawson would warmly thank them for their business and go home for the night. Most shipments got in around 6. This one was nearly an hour late. "It's the bad weather, I suspect," Lawson croaked. What was that? Carter asked. Well, sometimes if to hear is bad weather, then the shipment is delayed slight. Lawson explained. Hoon, is there bad weather often? Carter asked. Sometimes. Sometimes the tracks get icy. The train can't get there in time. Does that affect it? Ice on the tracks can make the train go slower? Yeah, happens some, Lawson said. Well, maybe that's what happened then. Yes, May, Lawson replied. Lawson seemed to be willing the phone to ring with his mind. His partner got up, strode to the pantry, and got 2 pieces of shortbread. He wolfed one down and gave the other to Lawson, who tried to wave it away. Carter put it on the table anyway. Why don't you just eat it? You like shortbread, Carter said. No, thank you, really. I am fine, Lawson replied. The truth was that Lawson was hungry, and he did like shortbread. He just didn't like eating in front of people, and he was very conscious of Carter's eyes. Lawson shook slightly. He picked up the shortbread and began to eat it. You know, Mike, I don't know if it's ice on the tracks, said Carter after Lawson had finished. Why not? Well, it just seems odd for there to be ice on the tracks in the middle of July, as all this being Arizona, where we don't even get ice in the winter usually. It doesn't seem like there is too much ice present on train tracks otherwise, seems to me. Up late the shipment was heading to Pennsylvania, and they do get ice on the track there somes, Lawson countered. That's possible, Mike. It's July. I don't think Pennsylvania gets ice on the track in July, Carter said. I guess not, Ray. No. And since the shipment's so late, and it couldn't have been delayed because of ice on the tracks, well, it seems to me more likely that the order was never going to arrive. You see, as if someone may have canceled the order. Carter continued. Lawson was quiet for a moment, refusing to meet Carter's glare. What, Ray? You canceled the order? Or see, you shouldn't have? Lawson stammered. No, I don't think you understand me. I didn't cancel the order, Mike. But it seems to me that one partner would make more of a profit than 2. That if someone canceled the order and then shipped it off independently, they would keep all the profit. Now I have to split it up. You see what I mean? Well, not really, Ray. Did you cancel the order, Mike? Lawson wiped some crumbs from the side of his mouth. Or see, I don't know what you are talking about. Really, I don't. It's just delayed for some reason. Here is, because it seems odd to me. They've not called yet, unless they're calling a different number, like your home number, like you told them to. Carter had gotten up and walked to the fireplace. Now, Ray, W here is this coming from? You know I nemmel, Lawson protested. I don't like it when people double-cross me. The profits have been a bit light this month. Times are hard, Ray, which is the reason someone might try to do something like this. Carter said he grabbed a fire poker and walked towards Lawson. No, Ray, I can explain. They'll call. I know they'll call, Lawson pleaded. He put his hands out to stop his advancing partner. I never canceled any order. Granted, it had occurred to me, but I'd never for more than a second did I think about it. Never more than just 1 sec. But I can't believe that, Mike. No, please. I didn't, please. Let me explain, Lawson begged. The blunt end of the poker collided with Lawson's temple. He dropped impossibly fast, slumped over the coffee table, short breadcrumbs just barely visible on his unshaven face. Right in the spot, his head began to swell. Carter returned the poker to the fireplace, dragged his partner up the staircase. Not an easy task to do, given that neither of the businessmen were in the best of shape. Once, at the top, Carter let his partner fall, and that would be how Ray Carter would tell everyone he found the lifeless body of Mike Lawson the next day when he came in for work. But that night, As he was about to leave the building, the phone began to ring. He picked it up, listened to the voice on the other line, and then thanked them for confirming that the coal order had come in. The man on the other end apologized for the delay. Carter put the phone down, uttered an apology of his own to the man at the bottom of the stairs, went home, and made a cup of tea, and now Carter sipped his cup of tea in that office, the vial in his pocket. He grasped it angrily. Tomorrow he was supposed to bring Mike back. His grasp tightened, willing the glass to disintegrate at his touch. It did not the next morning. Father Logan walked to the cemetery, glass vial in hand. He hadn't slept. Thinking about the potion had kept him up. The potion left him more than a little confused. He had no idea how he was supposed to respond to the whole thing. The whole thing was so biblical. The walking dead. Who wouldn't think of Jesus Christ, and how he would respond, worried him. He knew himself to not be a smart man. He liked his routines, his unchanging habits of daily life. He'd never been the most steadfast priest. In truth, he had his doubts about the whole Catholic thing. As a boy, being a priest had felt natural to him. He loved the church building itself, the way the light was refracted by the stained glass windows, how the organ echoed in your eardrums. But as Thomas Logan had become more vested in his occupation, he found more and more inconsistencies. When he'd mentioned this to Father Shannon, he'd been told that all priests experienced doubts, but that one day they'd pass. Thomas Logan was still waiting for them to end. Now Mason Greer's potion concerned him. Sure, he'd been intrigued at first. Who wouldn't have been? But what if these corpses came back and said there was nothing? Nothing in the afterlife that would cement his doubts. It would be proof that his whole life, not to mention his livelihood, was a sham. This would be bad enough, but even more worrying than that was the possibility that the dead would come back and say that God did exist, and that there was a heaven or hell, you see. It was the hell part that worried the priest. If this potion proved that hell existed, he knew he would end up there. Certain things, he felt, cannot be atoned, and stealing periodically from the church's collection plate was one of those things. At first, it had just been a couple of dollars here and there, and only when he needed the money to get by. But as Father Logan's frustration with his religion grew, he began stealing larger and larger sums. It became a compulsion, and while he never kept track of the full amount taking money from an entire town of people every week for 2 years, he couldn't bring himself to imagine how much he had amassed. The only way he could live with himself was in trusting his doubts, trusting that he'd not end up in damnation for his crimes. But if those dead bodies came back and confirmed everything he'd once believed, then what would he do? It was weighing him down. "Morning, File," called the jovial voice. "Again, Ames, I am guessing you are going to the same place I am." Logan replied, "Yes, Ethan, I would imagine we are," Ames said. Father Logan let the rose-cheeked man catch up. Ames was slightly out of breath. "I am glad I caught you, Father. I wanted to say, this potion would be something, wouldn't it?" The priest grunted in agreement. "Yes, well, last night, as wonderful as it would be to see my Chloe again, and it would be, of course, wonderful, I kept thinking that maybe the dead should be dead after all. Would it be so much harm to let Chloe rest?" Ames asked hopefully. The father stopped walking and stared at the retired string salesman. "You won't give her the potion?" "No. I mean, if this works. I suppose that someone would get the potion to her eventually, and I don't want to hurt Mason's feelings. The poor kid hasn't had a friend in the world, and he worked hard on this potion. And, well, I didn't want to seem like I wasn't grateful for the Fae," Ames explained. He reached into his pocket and took out his vial. And so last night I switched my potion out for some cough syrup in the medicine cabinet. Well, the color, it's almost identical." Ames smiled broadly. He had had the idea the night before and had immediately poured his actual potion on some dead plants he'd not gotten around to throwing away. The plants looked lovely now. It had not been a difficult decision to make, although maintaining good public appearances, the Ames had a tumultuous and abusive relationship. Ethan Ames felt constantly berated. Chloe had called him a boorish git, bland as toast, pig, and much worse. Chloe's death had been the greatest thing to ever have happened to the retired string salesman. Father Logan held Ethan's vial. The color and texture inside were the same as his own. This is because that night, when Father Logan couldn't get to sleep, he too had gone to his medicine chest and replaced the potion with cherry cough syrup, as had Colin Wade and Ray Carter. And as too had Martha Hayes, who realized that bringing back one of her cats might show what Ethan Black had missed in his poorly conducted autopsy, and pieces of each of her cat's fur and bone were missing, used to make yarn and buttons for her thriving clothing business. "Well, I doubt the potion would have worked anyway," Thomas Logan finally said as he and Ethan approached the top of the hill. I don't understand why Mason Greer." He, as his shovel, scattered another pile of dirt into the ground. It had only been an hour ago when he had finally conceded that the townsfolk would all go home, that none of the dead of Jerome would be reawakened that day. Now Mason was helping Ethan Black put the coffins back into the ground. Taking the coffins out had been an ordeal, but Ethan was adamant that all the dead be returned to the resting places before nightfall. The last thing he wanted was someone to unwittingly fall into an open grave. Safety first. That had always been rule number one in the undertaker's household. No one will mind, Mason. They'll all forget about it in time. "These are good people. Simple fork," Ethan said. He took a break from shoveling and wiped some sweat from his brow. Meyer Moore had denied Mason the funding needed to mass-produce the potion, citing that no one would want a potion that could only resurrect rats. At first, Mason had been distraught, sleeting, but he had calmed down now, standing over the open grave, listening to the rustling of dirt as it collided with a coffin top, was peaceful, almost therapeutic. "Well, maybe you could sell it to science labs, bring their rats back from the dead," Ethan offered, "or market it as fertilizer. But it works. We know it works. Listen, I know Mason." Mason Greer absently brought his hand to his head and felt the sore wound. He winced and looked at his shovel. Shovel was caked in dirt, but the specks of burgundy were still more than visible on the metal spade. Ethan had mentioned that the blood never had fully come out. "You owe me a new shove," he said. But Mason had not realized the full extent of the stain. It wasn't even that the stain was massive. It was just that the color was so intoxicating, so hypnotic, that one could not help but to look at it, stare at the red flecks, amazed to be staring at his own blood. To test the potion he'd known he'd need to revive a human being, but he didn't want to endanger anyone's life in case the potion didn't work. So, 1 week earlier, he'd had Ethan Black kill him, hit him on the head with a shovel, then feed him the potion. "But why, Ethan? I mean, why didn't it work?" "It worked on the rat. Every time. It worked on the rat. And I mean, it worked on me." "It's a good thing, too," Mason said. He looked at the undertaker beside him. The inventor had never had many friends, and certainly not any close ones, but the bond he and Ethan had was unlike any other. Certainly, he hadn't felt it, too. Their friendship had grown considerably since that day when Mason had first approached Ethan, telling him about the potion, and when Mason had him conduct that final experiment. The first thing Mason had felt when he'd been revived and looked into Ethan Black's face was that they had just shared the experience of Mason's death, and a connection like that couldn't be broken. "Well, maybe they weren't meant to come back. It wasn't your time. So you know the potion worked on you, but the others, maybe I don't know, Mason." "To hear is a reason they needed to stay dead," Ethan replied. The two men were silent for a moment. Corpses were perfect, Ethan. Really. Even after so much time, they looked as if they could have gotten up and walked around, Mason said. Well, thank you, Mason. You are an artist, you know that, the undertaker replied. He thanked Mason and shoveled another heap of dirt onto the grave. Everyone was so nice about it, told me it was okay, that they didn't mind. Mason continued, mistakes are made, chap Ethan even said. Ethan laughed. Mason did a spot-on impression of Ethan Ames. Like I said, these are good, simple townsfolk. You can't find any better people, salt of the earth. Agreed, Macy, Ethan said. They continued filling the hole with dirt. The sun slowly setting over Jerome as the church bells struck 11. And when they were done, the simple country folk rested easy, comfortable in the fact that the dead would remain buried. Strange Dreams of the Black-Eyed Susan. Back when I grew up in rural Wisconsin, my mother wanted me to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We hadn't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there were still a couple of things that stuck around. Behavioral quirks, mostly, and a couple of traditions that had been with our family for as long as anyone could remember. Putting porridge out for the forest gnomes was one thing. My mom used to trick me with these dolls that she'd put in the snow and point to, saying, Emmo, don't move too fast, you'll scare them. And let's not talk about dancing around the maypole, that stuff's just embarrassing. But the most peculiar tradition is the one about A Midsummer Night's Dream. I know that's a Shakespeare title, but it's also a traditional Scandinavian thing. A little something like this. On the evening of midsummer, you are to collect 7 kinds of wild flowers. Then you bundle them up and put them under your pillow. If you do, you are supposed to dream of your one true love. You know, I have 3 sisters. They were all about romance and predestination, and I couldn't have cared less if I'd wanted to. But every year they'd walk hand in hand, collecting wild flowers and putting them under their pillows. And since I was too young to wander off on my own, I had to stick around. That is, until they decided it was my turn. It was my oldest sister, Emma, who made the call. She was 12, and I had just turned 7, but she figured that earlier was better. You have to tell us what she looks like, she said. Like if she's tall or thin or fat. I bet she's fat, said my second oldest sister, Sophia, statistically. She's Chinese or Indian, said the other, Isabella. That's where there are most girls. I tried to ignore them, but their cackling got on my nerves. They gathered up some silky aster, blue-eyed grass, silver leaf, wild bergamot, blue sunflowers, and ground plum, but couldn't get a 7th one. They looked around, but they couldn't find one. I just wanted to go home, so I picked up the first thing I saw sticking out next to a rusted-out barrel. What about this one? I said, holding up a yellow flower with a black spot. That's a black-eyed day, said Emma. You are going to marry Dave, grinned Sophia. Little Daisy, who's going to love you, sang Isabella. I rolled my eyes so hard, they almost popped out of my head as they cackled and teased, pulling my hair up in a bow. They bundled up the wild flowers and made me sleep with them under my pillow. I didn't notice anything strange at first, just a night like any other. You have such vivid dreams when you are a kid. Like everything just happens faster, even sleep faster. But this was something else entirely. It wasn't just a dream, it was an experience. And the worst part is I didn't even remember it. I just remembered that it was bad. Like really, really bad. It was so bad that I completely blocked it out. I don't even remember waking up. I just remember lying in the bathtub, submerged in cold water. I looked up at my 3 sisters. They looked terrified. My throat was wide awake, but I couldn't even remember going to bed. Does it hurt? Emma asked. Her voice was different. It was low, careful. I shook my head. No, I said, I am okay. It sounded like it hurt, she continued. Like it really hurts. I think it was a bad dream. Was it her? Asked Isabella. Did you dream of her? I couldn't tell. It was just a dark space in the back of my mind that made my pulse shiver when I thought about it, and yet I knew the answer. I said, it was Black-Eyed Daisy. Now, I've been teased by my sisters my whole life, but they never teased me about Black-Eyed Daisy. They'd never seen me like that. I'd woken up screaming at the top of my lungs, rolling around on the floor. They thought I was having a seizure. They took me to the bathroom while my mom called an ambulance. We didn't talk about it. They never had me checked for epilepsy, and I was perfectly healthy otherwise. They talked a little about it being some kind of allergic reaction, but I'd never seen a reaction like that. Over time, we came to this unspoken conclusion that those wild flowers gave me the worst nightmare of my life. And in that nightmare, I saw my one true love, Black-Eyed Daisy. I wouldn't think much about that night over the years to come. It became this distant memory, like your first cold. But every now and then, particularly around midsummer, I would try to remember what that dream had been like, and something inside me would sink into the bottomless hole in my chest. It teased me. I could concentrate, and I'd see it, but I didn't want to. To have forgotten was a blessing, and I knew better than to challenge it. But it's a weird headspace to live in, to have concepts, such as true love and marriage, so closely associated with trauma, especially since all other couples in my life were perfectly fine role models. My mother and father were an extraordinary couple, and while my sisters had some dating life drama, nothing bad ever really happened to them. So, as I got into my teenage years, I didn't want to chase girls and flirt. I didn't want to fall in love. I joked about it a lot, but the feeling of meeting my one true love felt like throwing my soul down an endless pit. I tried to rationalize it away. It was just a stupid phase, a quirk. It became like a fun party story to tell in my late teens. It was funny in a way, saying I used to believe in such things, but there was an asterisk stuck to that story every time I told it. A little white lie. I never stopped believing in it. It started to really bother me when I was about 17. At that point, I'd been in short relationships and I'd been in love, but I couldn't stop thinking that it wasn't real, that true love was out there, and that it was terrifying, something that would make my heart sink into my stomach. So I decided to just bite the bullet and try the whole thing again to face my fears. So, that midsummer, I put together 7 types of wildflowers again, ending with a black-eyed daisy. As kids, we're very good at handling pain, or at least we're resilient. We have time to heal, but when you are 17, it hits differently. When I went to bed that night, I had cold sweats, and I couldn't stop thinking about what was waiting behind my closed eyes. Would there be a reaction at all? Or had I wasted all this time being anxious about nothing? I closed my eyes. I tried not to think about it. I counted down from 100 and then 200, and I twisted and turned, trying to get the sweaty covers to stop sticking to my skin. At the slightest stretch, my eyes would pop open. I'd get this ache in my face from trying to keep them closed, but after hours something clicked. My muscles relaxed, and I caught a whiff of the flowers from under my pillow, and something inside me screamed at me to turn back, to open my eyes, but it was too late. It felt like looking at the bottom of a pool, but straight ahead, a reflective shimmer, ethereal but physical at the same time, like a night sky that you could push your hands through. I fumbled with my hands, trying to find something to hold on to. There was this swirl in the back of my head, like having a large drink on an empty stomach. Something reached for me and touched my fingertips, something as hard as fingernails. It poked and prodded me from different angles. A strange voice seeped through me. neutral, genderless, and with an unusual pronunciation. "Where have you been?" it asked. I tried to regain my footing, but there was nothing to hold on to, just these protrusions from the dark. Finally, I felt myself slowing down. The steadiness returned. Control. Something came out of the dark, eyes so black that their heads looked hollow against the night. A vaguely human skull connected to an infinite mass, like a broken flower growing out of cracked concrete, muscle and vein contracting and compounding at every angle. Ripples of flesh with every offset heartbeat. It's been so long. Something wrapped around my ankle, tightening. Come home, my eyes snapped open, but I wasn't awake. I could feel her wrapped around my ankle. I pulled away the covers and watched my foot turn blue. It was bending, and I felt nothing. Then the bone snapped. I'd never experienced something like that. I'd never broken a bone. And experiencing a tibial fracture in the comfort of your own bed is inhuman. It hurts so bad you lose bladder control, and I couldn't do anything but fall out of bed and writhe on the floor, but the pain wouldn't go away. I just screamed, and I tried to reach for my phone, but it was like it refused to let me reach it. A neighbor heard me. Help came. It would take time for the leg to heal, but bones mend all the time. But true love doesn't. I pushed the thought of love and marriage out of my life. For over a decade, I'd shy away from coy smiles and flowery laughter. Some people thought that I had a problem with my sexuality. Others thought I was under some kind of religious repression. I tried to explain that relationships just weren't my thing, but it's hard to explain without a reason. If I was really pressed about it, I'd say it was a childhood trauma that usually stopped the questions. I'd do this for years, a string of short-term relationships where I kept hoping and praying that I wouldn't fall in love. Anything to keep me away from that dark space. I couldn't tell what was going to happen if I met someone who'd make me feel things, real things, but life isn't so simple. It'll take me years. But when I turned 31, I met her. Daisy hit me like a summer's breeze. The first time I talked to her, it was at a birthday party, and she was invited by a mutual friend of ours. Daisy had been working overtime and forgotten all about the party, so she joined at the last minute. She showed up in an oversized hoodie and yesterday's jeans, spending most of the night at the snack table looking at her phone. Her enthusiasm started and stopped at bobbing her head to the music. When I saw they were out of pretzels, I went up to talk to her. "Looking for snacks?" I asked. "Your mom's a snack?" she snapped back. "All right." "Yeah." But I was talking about the pretzels. She looked at me like I'd struck gold. She'd been so hell-bent on the idea that I was coming up to hit on her that it never even crossed her mind that she'd eaten a full bowl of salty pretzels. She snorted, laughed, apologized, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I knew it was trouble. I liked her. Daisy was a work-from-home back-end developer. She spent most of her days trying to steer her team through rough deadlines and absurd last-minute changes. She explained it as trying to teach cats algebra while falling out of an airplane. She cycled through periods of insane stress to weeks of coasting, which she'd made into an absurd routine, clearly something she couldn't keep up forever. We didn't start dating right away. We chatted a bit and found out that we had a lot in common. She had been dating this one guy since she was 14 years old and had only recently turned single, so she wasn't eager to get back on the market. She didn't mind my vague trauma. She just liked being around me. I think our friends realized we were dating long before Daisy or I did. We just spent time together until one day when we didn't want it to stop. Still, I couldn't help but think of black-eyed Daisy. No matter how soothing Daisy's snores were, I could still lie awake at night. To hear is a warmth in my chest as I imagine the smell of wildflowers from my pillow, an ache in my leg where I could touch the scars. If I were to truly fall in love, what would happen? Those nights came more often, from once every 6 months or so to every week. And after having dated for about a year, Daisy was eager to help me get over the whole thing. She knew it was a trauma, and she knew I didn't want to talk about it, but she couldn't let it go. And of course, she couldn't. She was in a loving relationship with a man who couldn't say he loved her. And all she knew was that something had happened. It got to a point where it was driving a wedge between us. She wanted to help, and I wanted her to understand. And I could only think of one way to show her I had to do it again. In midsummer, we went outside to pick flowers. Daisy was excited, but her smile faded when she felt how serious I was. I did what I'd done every other time. I picked 6 types, and a final flower would pop out of nowhere, and of course, it would be the black-eyed daisy. I bundled them up. I could feel a phantom pain cutting into my leg, which gave me a limp. "So, what are these for?" she asked. "For sleep," I said, "and I am going to need your help." "Sure. Yeah, whatever you need. If it looks bad, I need you to wake me up." "How do I know if it's bad?" I shook my head and I took her by the hand. "You'll know. I did some preparations. I had gauze and painkillers." Daisy was prepared to call for help if necessary. She still had no idea what was going on, but I could tell she was nervous. And again, so was I. The problem was, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there, and she watched me. After about an hour, she crawled up next to me. She knew it was something that happened when I slept, but she wanted to calm me down. "You need to see this." I said, "It's okay," she whispered. "Go to sleep. Promise you'll keep watch." I promise. I didn't turn my head to look. I trusted her, so I closed my eyes. I let my breathing slow, and I felt my head fill with the smell of wildflowers. It was like waking up again, a mild tingle covering my body, like being draped in spiderwebs. I blinked and blinked, but it was all black. A long, drawn-out breath echoed like a field of sighing flowers, beautiful, a growth coming out of the dark, translucent like living glass, hardening into soft marble. A woman dragging her legs through the night, like she was trudging through a swamp. She grabbed me by the hand, pulling me along. It felt like I was carried through a current. I could see the bedroom from above. I lay there, and Daisy was sitting next to me. I can't really explain what it felt like, sort of like watching your reflection blink. I could see her struggling to stay awake, nodding on and off. She was trying so hard. "Is that what beautiful looks like?" Black-eyed Daisy asked. "I don't even know who you are." I said, "Of course you do," she said. "I am your one true love." The words slithered, drawn out and poisoned the air. I tried not to look at her. It was like the opposite of staring into the sun, and the light in your eyes began to die, and you could feel yourself grow colder, slower. "But you can't be," I said. "That's impossible." "But I am," she said. "You love me." She turned her attention to the room, hovering in front of us. I could see little tendrils creep under the furniture, reaching for Daisy and me, long fingers like limbs and layered scales, bending at painful end. One pulled down her phone, another moved a chair. 2 of them struggled to move the bed. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Passing the time." One of the tendrils crossed around my stomach. There was pressure, like someone tightening a belt. It cut into my hips before the pain. I could feel a slight pop. "If you love me, why are you hurting me?" I asked. "How else are you going to get used to it?" she asked back. "Get used to what?" She turned to me, breath reeking of ammonia, with every spit of a word. "Diana." A hand crossed around my neck. My eyes flung open. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel my legs. I flailed with my arms, reaching for Daisy. She got out of bed only to find that her phone was gone. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Well, what happened?" She had to cover her mouth when she saw my neck. She grabbed my arm, but the moment she did, something took hold of her. In the corner of my eye, I saw her getting pulled into the other room, clawing at the carpet with a terrified shriek. My left arm rose out of the bed as if carried by an unseen string. Two of my fingers popped out of their sockets like a painful countdown. I couldn't scream. I could barely think. No oxygen. Daisy came running back and grabbed me. She pulled on my arm, and something let go. I fell out of bed, gasping for air as she cradled my head in her arms. I could see color returning to my hands as two fingers turned purple. I didn't feel a thing, but I would in a couple of seconds. "Hold on," Daisy said. "Ah, hold on." Her phone was gone. She bandaged my fingers and tried to keep them straight. "I am sorry," I gasped. "I am so sorry." She just shook her head, trying to process what had happened. There were no words. We just stayed there on the floor. But you could see something in the corners of the room, like little quirks and shades. Something was waiting for me to let my guard down. "What's hurting you?" she asked. "What is it?" Something broke in me as I swallowed my words, but Daisy deserved the truth. "I think she loves me." Over the coming weeks, I tried my best to explain. Daisy was terrified. She'd never seen anything like it. And there was no explanation that could settle her nerves. It's one thing to know someone you care about has trauma, but it's another thing entirely to experience something impossible that can make or break you. But Daisy didn't break. She started asking questions. Why was I targeted? What was this thing? What did it want? But things were getting strange. It was as if thinking about Black, Daisy brought her closer to us in a physical, literal way, like we were building towards something. I would spot movement in the shadows. I'd notice furniture out of place and hear creaking doors in the middle of the night. And of course, it had to be her. She was playing with me. Daisy would stay up at night reading about various Scandinavian traditions. The cast iron scissors under the pillow, the midsummer pole, the year walk, trolls, elves, dwarves, gnomes. She gave me lists of things to ask my parents about to see if our family had been targeted by something ancient or evil. But weeks would come and go, and we wouldn't be anywhere closer to an answer, and the shadows would grow longer. Things would disappear, and every night when I closed my eyes, I would catch a whiff of earthy wild flowers. Things would quickly progress beyond tricks and shadows. At one point, I was tripped while walking down a flight of stairs. At other times, something pressed down on the gas pedal, sending me straight through a red light. It's a miracle no one was hurt. Daisy wouldn't go unscathed either. Electronics would break or go missing. Odd sounds would wake her up in the night. She told me that sometimes she'd see a silhouette outside the window, as if someone was trying to catch a peek of us. Every time she looked closer, it would turn out to be fallen leaves or a peculiar branch. It was stressful, but there wasn't really an option. What else could we do but stick together and love one another? I don't remember the moment we moved in together. It just made sense. We spent all of our time together anyway. She just moved more and more of her stuff in, and all of a sudden our place was pretty much hers. So yeah, we lived together. It wasn't really a conscious decision. Daisy had a couple of rough ideas about what that thing might be. She had a binder with ideas ranging from Arthurian mythology to jinn and some kind of Polish demon bird. None of them fit perfectly, though, and frankly it was just such an odd thing for it all to be tied to this one ancient tradition. How could this thing be my true love? What was I missing? We figured it had to be something connected to that very first night back when I was a kid, when they had to put me in the bathtub to wake me up. For a full year, all we did was try to make it to the next day. It affected pretty much every aspect of our lives. The way we slept at night, the way we cooked, the way we did our laundry. There'd always be something messing up the rhythm of the day. It exhausted us, not just mentally and physically, but socially. We stopped going out. Hell, we barely even talked. Instead, we kept our heads down. We tried not to think about it too much, silently hoping for the problem to solve itself as Daisy's binder gathered dust. But once the next midsummer came around, there was a difficult discussion to be had. Va can live like this. She sat me down at the kitchen table. The light bulb had burned out somehow, despite only being 2 weeks old. I am sorry, I said. I wouldn't blame you if you left. I am not going anyway, she said. You know that. So what do we do? She looked around. The kitchen faucet was leaking again. Suppose we ought to try some, she said. Got any suggestions? She could kill us. We can't go there. Maybe we don't have a choice. I just sat there in the dark, counting the seconds. She was right, of course, but that didn't mean I had to like it. As summer came, we decided that we would do this together. We got a single large pillow and gathered the flowers together. Didn't say a word. We just walked along the wildflowers as low rumbles lingered on the horizon, a damp taste in the air as a storm brewed. But to me, all I could see was the woman I loved, and how she carefully brushed her hands against the tall grass. Even now she could find something to appreciate. Tradition, ritual, and myth be damned. At that moment, there wasn't a force in the world that could convince me that she was anything but my actual true love. We rounded out our wild flowers with a black-eyed daisy. It was hidden next to a rusted old barrel, as if trying its best to hide. But like every other year I'd done this, I'd find one, and with all 7 wild flowers in hand, we bundled them up and wandered home hand in hand. We hugged each other tight as we went to bed. Some way, somehow, we would make it through the night. We had to. When I opened my eyes, something felt different. I thought I was standing in sand, but it was more like a fine concrete dust. The moon covered most of the night sky, but I couldn't see any stars. There were black trees in the distance, leafless and skeletonized by years of thirst. Along the horizon was a single large tree, tall enough to almost reach the moon itself. An apocalyptic vision, if anything. Who are you? A melodic voice, kind, but unsure. I turned around Daisy. My first thought was that she looked taller, but that wasn't it. She was the same as always. It was me that had gotten shorter. My hands were smaller. I looked down at the 7-year-old version of myself, still dressed in my most comfortable childhood jammies. Daisy didn't really sound any different, but the child's ears hear things in other ways. She had the most beautiful voice. It's me, I said. Somehow, you are really cute. She smiled. But I don't get it. I don't either. Maybe we're not supposed to. We wandered down a trail hand in hand. There was no one around. No wind blowing through dead plains. No birds in the sky. No chirping cicadas. And no rustling leaves. Just feet on dust. But T is no one here, I said. This can't be it. Did we do it wrong? She asked. I don't think so. She's usually here by now. Daisy blinked, looking around. Then something dark settled over her eyes. Oh, what if she is? She let go of me and brushed her arms up and down in a self-hug, something she usually did when stressed. We wandered around for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. No one came to disturb us. It was just her, me, and nothingness. No black-eyed Daisy, and nothing to tear us apart. Does this mean you are my true love? She asked. I mean, I am dreaming of you. That would make you mine too. I smiled. I thought that was occupied. I thought so too. but there was no one there to challenge that claim. We just smiled at one another. That had to be it. Despite it all, something good had to come out of this. But no matter where we went, or for how long, nothing happened. We started to worry. We weren't waking up. We didn't get hungry, or thirsty, or tired. It was just this complete stage of emptiness. We would walk down forgotten paths for what felt like hours, strolling past sand-burnt concrete ruins. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been days. It might have been months. It was impossible to tell, and Daisy always had this amazing ability to make every moment pass by in a flash. She was impossible not to love. Even then, even there, we'd make jokes and laugh. And though I couldn't get over the feeling of being stuck in my younger self, you don't realize how much you've changed until you step back into old shoes like that. And then I noticed something, a flicker of yellow. Right there, behind a rusted-out barrel, was a black-eyed daisy, the same yellow flower I'd found on that fateful midsummer night as a kid. I don't know how I recognized it, but I did. It was the same flower. It had to be. I picked it up and showed it to Daisy. Strange, huh? I said, only one of these I've seen around. I wonder what it does, she said. Do you think it means? Her voice cut out. The light warped in front of me, blurring like I was watching through a thin layer of rushing water. I could feel a tingle in my eyes. Daisy looked different further away. Don't go, she called out. What are you doing? I am not. I held it out and dropped it, giving her one last look. We drifted apart. Something shifted. My head rolled back, and I felt this intense heat settling into my head. Then a coolness, someone trying to lower my temperature. Young voices terrified. Daisy drifted further away, screaming at me to stay with her. Her voice went from beautiful to desperate to something else. She would scream how much she loved me, and then scream at how much she hated me. And I would leave her in that place for what would equate to eternity, for her to twist and turn in place, where she'd have nothing but her thoughts and regrets, where a starless sky would seep into her, whispering things to do, ways she would play whenever I returned, her head spinning with tales of sin and mares and demons. It would just be seconds passing as I felt her disappear. But in those seconds, there would be eons, long enough for a body to forget what humans look like, for a mind to forget what love is supposed to be, for a word or phrase to change. True love, an ammonia-reeking scream reflected off a fractured space as she reached for me, trying to pull me back through the breaking light. A hand so warm that it burned my face. How could I be so cruel as to leave her for endless time to suffer? How could I be so selfish? Black-eyed Daisy, my one true love. And then I woke up. My head burst through the water as I looked out at my 3 sisters. I was 7 years old, still in my jammies, submerged in the bathtub of my childhood home. And as healthy young minds do, my memories healed themselves, sealing away a trauma for me to uncover years down the line. Life would turn out the same way. Awkward teenage years, short relationships. I'd come back to the broken place time and time again, and she would play her games, reminding me of the betrayal she felt, and I wouldn't understand. That is, until one night when I woke up alone. We'd gone to bed together, but only one had made it back. I'd lived a life twice, and I hadn't even realized it. I stumbled in the shower, sat in the cold, and collapsed. I could think of one thing to say. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Another view of the world from behind a shimmer, be it warm tears or running water. Today, I am 47, never married, No serious dating. I go back to Daisy every year, hoping I could find something to remind her of what she used to be. I've tried bringing things along, something to bring her back with me. I've yet to find anything useful. It doesn't work like that. Sometimes I try to stay a little longer, but the pain is unbearable. I suspect one day she'll kill me, and I won't come back. I suppose that's the only way this can end. I try not to think about it, but when I do, I try to convince myself that I'll end up the same way as her. Maybe we could find solace in our madness. Maybe we'll live together in a paradise of dust and strange moons. I don't know. I don't think that old traditions just show you true love. I think it'll take you to a place where you can meet. But perhaps that place isn't what it used to be. There used to be more flowers dancing. I asked my sisters about what they've seen, the times they've done this, and all they tell me about is a handsome man, blue skies. Guess we don't all go to the same place. And after all, true love isn't the same for everyone. If there truly is someone for everyone, well then, you must face some hard facts. They could live across the world. They could have passed away. And maybe they're just not what you expected. But the older I get, the less I worry. Maybe I'll wake up in that bathtub a third time years from now, and if not, at least I get to see her again. There must be something Daisy left in Black-Eyed Daisy. There has to be, or else she wouldn't still be my one true love. The day God blinked, on the 25th of March, at 14:57 GMT, the world stopped for 27 minutes and 54 seconds. No one noticed at first. Those that eventually did were ordered to keep quiet. There was no sudden jolt, no collapsing into unconsciousness, no transition into utter darkness, and back again. Nothing. For everyone, time, it appeared, passed as normal. 1 second moving uneventfully into the next. Birds flew, people talked, the wind and the rain blew and fell respectively. Nothing had occurred to indicate that anything unusual or unexpected had happened to the inhabitants of Earth. Only those who looked beyond our planet and its ring of constantly chattering satellites now found that the rest of the universe told a different story. NASA and related space agencies noticed first. Signals to ongoing missions beyond those in orbit around the Earth were rough by almost 30 minutes. Frantic investigations revealed that the same time discrepancy was occurring for all incoming signals. Naturally, they came to the conclusion that the problem must therefore lay not with these external elements, but with the computers on Earth. But this led to a bigger question. One computer glitch was possible, but all of the various space agencies' computers across the globe showing the same failure at exactly the same time. Naturally, a virus or a sophisticated global hacking attack was the next obvious answer. An international team to investigate such a large, well-coordinated cyber attack was being discussed when the first cause of alarm came in from confused and concerned astronomers, and the true significance of what had actually happened became known. Using data retrieved from telescopic arrays at Green Bank, Palo Alto, Mauna Kea, and others across the world, confirmed against existing stellar records and computer models of the local galaxy and beyond, it became apparent that for 27 minutes and 54 seconds, the Earth had somehow been out of sync with the rest of known time and space. In essence, the world as we knew it had winked out of existence during this period and then returned as if nothing had happened. For all intents and purposes, during that short window of time, we had ceased to be. The international investigation team was repurposed, a blank check written giving it its pick of resources and the best minds in their field, all to investigate this one event, and all sworn to the utmost secrecy. None of them needed to be told of the panic that would ensue if this information became public before a suitable and hopefully reassuring reason could be given for the event. Those that couldn't keep silent were quickly and quietly silenced themselves. Despite the various project names assigned to the subteams, those involved began referring to the event in a half-joking manner as the day God blinked. In casual conversation between project members, this was eventually shortened even further to just the blink. After 6 rings, Ethan finally opened the door. "Chris, what are you doing here? You invited me, remember, did I? How odd." "Well, I probably had a reason at the time. It's still good to see you anyway. Come on in." I'd known Ethan since childhood. We attended the same schools for a while before. His crazily high IQ led him onto a fast track of higher education and beyond. We kept in touch, though. His parents were sensible enough to realize he needed some grounding in the real world, and encouraged our friendship with the usual sleepovers and camping trips. Their smarts lay in forcing Ethan not to let his social skills atrophy completely, like a lot of very intelligent kids were wont to do. As a result, whilst he was frequently sidetracked and forgetful, he still functioned in normal society with a degree of success. After our respective schooling had finished, we both moved into the IT industry, although at vastly different levels. For myself, I now work in tech support, mostly maintaining insurance systems for a range of small independent companies. Boring, but it pays well and allows me to travel. He, on the other hand, was self-employed and preferred working from his EA apartment of solitude, as he called it, referring to himself as Ubba Consulting Technins. He'd gotten the idea from watching reruns of the Sherlock. His work was a lot more varied and advanced, and while he never openly admitted to hacking, he certainly had enough technical knowledge and experience to have been employed in the past by such names as Google, Microsoft, and IBM when they needed someone to test the all-new unshakable security they just put in place or track down those that had subsequently been able to breach their all-new unshakable security. He preferred the latter work, he told me. It added the thrill of the chase, plus it usually paid better. What was less well known was the work he occasionally did after the books for groups as the Department of Defense and the NSA. He admitted his working for them was twofold. 1, they wanted his expertise and brilliance, and 2, it allowed them to keep tabs on his expertise and brilliance. He didn't mind this, as he explained once. "Well, it keeps them happy, knowing where I am and what I am doing, or at least what they think I am doing." And then he'd grin and pass me the latest decoded email he'd intercepted. He didn't do anything with the stuff he found. He just enjoyed the challenge. To be completely honest, sometimes it was hard to pin down just who Ethan was and what his motivations were from one moment to the next. I just grew up accepting him and his eccentricities, quickly coming to the conclusion his life was a complex pattern of impulses and ideas woven together from threads that were as much madness as genius. There was his belief that every time someone said, "Oh, Brecka-Deb," an angel lost its wings, or that the common cold existed as a vast hive mentality that avoided detection by its elements constantly hopping from body to body. Mad, crazy stuff like that. Half the time I thought he was joking. For the rest, I just hoped he had enough common sense to rein it in when in public. Then there were the times he did and said things that ended up on the opposite end of that, when what he said made absolute unnerving sense. On those occasions, he spoke with a lucidity that seemed to cut through all the crap humankind had built around its certainties and beliefs, as if he touched on some universal truth we should all by rights know. All I could do at those times was marvel at how someone with such a kaleidoscope for a brain, entertaining such a maelstrom of contradictory thoughts constantly, could suddenly bring all those elements together to produce those single, blindingly white lights of truth. Then he'd suddenly go off on a tangent, accusing his neighbors of being CIA agents trying neurotoxins on local cats, and we'd be back to normal. Still, I came at his summons. Despite the crazed noweries and old habits, it was definitely the most entertaining conversation around, plus his library of illegally downloaded films was truly a wonder to behold. That, and he was my friend. It was during a piece of work for NASA, idling through their secure systems, looking for proof of Area 51 during his time off, that led him to first discover and then piece together all the facts concerning March 25th and Mother Blink, found by the international team so far. Being his only close friend, he decided to fill me in on this ongoing conspiracy, mainly so he could show off his talents once more, hence the invitation. As he spoke, he appeared completely oblivious to how my face was gradually growing more and more incredulous. He described what the world's space agencies and astronomers had discovered, and how a secret scientific think tank was now investigating what had happened. Physicists, quantum neurists, mathematicians, the whole spectrum of sciences, all focused on this one problem and the questions associated with it. What had happened, why it had happened, and most importantly, was it likely to happen again? And if so, what was the risk of it being permanent? He told me of the news blackout and how any amateur astronomers or similar who now came to the same conclusions were to either be brought on board, treated as cranks, or disappeared with extreme prejudice. Their biggest fear was a mass panic, he said, or the world's religions taking credit on behalf of their respective gods, and several genocidal wars kicking off as a result. As he said, here is nothing more disconcerting, I guess, than not being able to trust your own reality. We've been raised in a world where it's fine to distrust your government, your employers, even your family, but your own entire existence, definitely a recipe for chaos. Places like Shirn have been placed on almost permanent hiatus. The governments of the world have no proof experiments like the ones they were doing are the cause. But then, I suppose they had to point the finger somewhere until more evidence showed up. Here is a lot of theoretical work being done now, but pretty much zero practical. I guess it's only a matter of time before they get the script writers from Doctor Who to brainstorm a possible cause. He sighed at this, sat back in his swivel chair, and spun around, gazing at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Then he slowly came to a stop and returned his gaze to me, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Then, on the other side, you have all the relids. At this, he paused again, looked around his cluttered desk, and then started building what looked like a tower of various bits and pieces. As it slowly grew in height, he continued speaking. Remember our Sunday school classes? I liked the stories, if not the morality. I especially liked the story of Bale, the rising structure of books, hard drives, chocolate bars, magazines, and other random items his hands could find and reach had risen to a height just below his chin. He added a few more items, adding to the precarious sway it already had, pausing again, his hands not touching it, but spread wide on either side, ready to stop any imminent collapse. He attempted the voice of an old English vicar delivering a sermon. Man, in his hubris, decided to build a tower to God, so he may converse with his Creator. God, though, in his glorious wisdom, decided man should not be allowed to do this, and took steps to rectify the situation. So he cursed mankind with a gift of many tongues. He smiled at this, his eyes never leaving the tower, and returned to his normal voice. Well, many project plans or peace have been ruined by the inability of people to understand each other. It might be that humanity is overreaching itself again. With a final proof of existence of the Higgs boson, maybe God's decided we're getting too close again, and he's selfish about his tricks. Time for another lesson, perhaps. At this, he slowly closed his hands into a fist on either side of the precarious edifice he had created. Then a single finger gingerly pushed it near the top. With a crash, his metaphorical tower shattered across the table and floor. He waited until the sound of the books and rubbish falling had died away before speaking again, this time in a thoughtful voice. Maybe the blink, as they call it, was God giving us a heads up, or wanting to stop encroaching on his intellectual property, else risk the consequences. Then he grinned, his tried and true atheism once more reasserting itself. Personally, looking at all the facts so far accumulated, I believe the answer lies even further afield, he said, a knowing smile on his face. I took a comfort break at this point, shaking my head at this new conspiracy Nauri. When I got back, he'd moved on already. His head now buried in the side of a PC tower case, now perched on a different desk he reserved for mechanical endeavors. It was quiet for a while, broken only by his humming as he fiddled inside the case, whilst I looked for somewhere reasonably clean to sit. Then abruptly he spoke again, his voice oddly muffled by the case. As I was saying, I believe the answers they seek lie further afield. I have statistical proof. In fact, statistics you. He'd often laughed at statistics in the past and blamed them for 63.75% of the world's ills. In his mad pedantry, he had indeed worked out a formula that he said proved this figure. That being said, he told me once he could destroy the world with a single paraloud, and in my more fatalistic moments, I honestly believed him. I accept statistics, in all their perceived infallibility, are the most fallible things in the word. He mumbled from inside the case, reaching aimlessly for a screwdriver on the desk next to him with a hand colored orange and black from a mix of grease and Cheetos. Take a work of fiction and add numbers to it, and suddenly it becomes non-fiction. Add a pie chart and a graph, and it becomes an inviolate truth. Bollocks, I said, only half listening as I lounged on a large dirty beanbag littered with wrappers and the odd wire. He then retracted his head from the case, looked me in the eyes, and said with a devilish glint on his own, "Pass it to the right people in the right places at the right time, and it becomes log." "Hi," I replied, deciding not to entertain his paranoid fantasies further in favor of a magazine I just found on the floor amongst all the other junk. How piddly discarded as part of his less than ordered, less than sanitary lifestyle. He grunted at my lack of enthusiasm for continuing one of his favorite topics and buried his head back in the tower case once more before continuing. Anyway, however, in those cases, I am referring to your basic, biased statistics, marketing, pressure group, political, that kind of unreliable crap. Now, pattern recognition, that element within the field of otherwise exploitable statistics that I do have time for. Extracting his head again, he looked around the desk the case was on, shifting papers this way and that as he continued, partially lost in thought. "You've heard of seti of cork. Hold on. If we're back into alien territory, you can kiss my ass right here and now." He fixed me with a glare, and I threw my hands up in the air in resignation, muttering, "I am sorry. Please continue." "Oh, knowledgeable one. Thank you. Seti, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. One of their jobs being the analysis of signals bouncing in and around our local galaxy, of which they have never found any conclusive proof of intelligent life." I reminded him poignantly. He ignored me. What if the patterns they've been looking for are wrong? And what if you could analyze these seemingly random signals another way? What if there is a pattern, but it's spread over a longer period, so you don't even see it as a pattern? Aha! Triumphantly, his hands came out of a pile of books, clutching a pad of post-it notes, scattering the books across his desk in doing so. Fishing a pen from his trousers, I saw him scribble "to do" on the top note and slapped it on the side of the tower's case before turning around to face me with an excited grin on his face. "Have you been watching the Discovery Channel again? Is there a UFO special this week?" I asked him poignantly. He looked at me indignantly, though I noticed the quickly closed television guide that had been opened on his desk amongst the mess. What if I told you I had written my own pattern recognition algorithm? What if I told you that I had found a message in those signals? Bullcrap, I said quietly, suddenly less sure of myself now. more than a little shaken by what this meant if he had indeed succeeded in discovering a message from an alien race. Well, it wasn't ease, he continued, assuming an air of false modesty. I do have the Nestle to thank. Although if they discover I've been running this algorithm in the background of their Detloktuian supercomputer, then I may have to leave abruptly or apologize. You can never tell what mood they'll be in from one day to the next. Ethan, what about the message? I said firmly, cutting him short, standing to face him. Oh, that! He went quiet, looking around evasively. My doubts quickly returned. What was the message, Ethan? Well, it was short, and it really is rather impressive, decoding anything like this, obvious, said Ethan. He paused and then said, abjectly, hello, are you content? There was a few seconds of silence before I started laughing uncontrollably, mostly out of relief. Ethan looked indignant. Well, I think it's a very poignant message, better than prepared to be annihilated. Oh God, hold on a sec, I can't breathe. You had me crapping myself for a moment there. I take it then you don't believe what I found is a message from an alien race. Would you please stop laughing? I am sorry, Ethan. You've got to admit, if you were to imagine contact from another species, I think I'd be looking for something a little more. I don't know, profound. I mean, we've sent out a gold disc, giving a snapshot of the human race and our knowledge, music, mathematics, you name it. And what did the hyper-intelligent aliens send back? The equivalent of have a nice day? You don't think it's from outer space, then? He reiterated. I looked at his pained expression and answered in a more reasonable voice. Look, Ethan, I'm sorry. I think your algorithm found a pattern that wasn't there and extrapolated meaning from it. Turning, I returned to the beanbag and my perusal of the magazine. He stood there a few moments, and then he turned and flopped down in a large, comfortable swivel chair behind another desk, this one littered with laptops in various states of construction and deconstruction, connected by an array of cables in what appeared like haphazard fashion. Pressing the on switches of 3 of them, his face was illuminated with the telltale glow of the screens, his focus flitting between the screens and his fingers dancing across the keyboard in front of him. He had nevertheless decided to continue and began outlining his newest Nari. I disagree. I'll go even further and state that this is an alien species with an interest in the human race, a species directly involved in the evolution of man. Here we go. Are we really back on the engineer's Nori once more? Has Ridley Scott been sending you secret messages in his films again? I muttered, not looking up from the page I was now reading. He ignored this and continued. Think about it. The human body is an amazing machine. It regulates itself, heals itself, and has the ability to create more of itself through reproduction. I thought you only believed in things you had experienced yourself, I asked, peering over the top of the magazine at him, my voice now openly amused. I saw him scowl before he continued with his monologue. As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, the human body is an amazing machine, and that is exactly what it is, a piece of technology built using biological parts rather than mechanical ones. It is not, however, a perfect machine. What do you mean? I asked, despite myself. Well, think about it. It has its own defensive capabilities in the form of white blood cells to ward off illnesses, the ability to heal wounds, etc., etc. Occasionally, though, this excellent piece of machinery goes wrong. It functions incorrectly. It overreacts to certain stimuli. It is a faulty piece of code, if you will. And what's that? Why, cancer, of course. What? I asked, shocked despite myself. It was only another crazy conversation with Ethan, but the word cancer always sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. I'd seen enough of its effects on friends and family to be averse to even mentioning. Ethan, though oblivious to my discomfort, had continued. Cancer is the body performing incorrect actions, creating cells where it does not need to. It's not an attack from an external source causing this, but rather an internal failure of the biological system, a mistake, nothing more. We have, in essence, a design flaw, and if our God or gods are supposedly infallible, then logic dictates we were not built by a benign, omnipotent being, but rather constructs of more fallible ones. Action should have been taken to rectify these errors, to complain, if you will. Despite myself, I took another look over the magazine at him, nervous now for a reason I couldn't quite put my finger on. "What did you do?" "Why, I sent a message back, telling them this, of course. I hadn't seen Ethan in 6 months. Work had kept me busy in Boston, and he wasn't one for texting or casual telephone conversations to catch up. Then one day he called me up suddenly to come visit. By this time, snippets of information about the Blink had begun to leak out onto the internet on even some of the more respected sites and journals. Most people saw it as just another mad conspiracy theory. Having spoken to Ethan before, though, when he'd outlined all the data, the fact that all the sources were now relaying the same information sent chills through me. It was one thing for it being just another of his crazy noeries, but quite another when a growing number of external bodies were now seeming to confirm the event's existence. This time, when I rang his doorbell, he answered on the first ring, but I wasn't ready for the sight when he opened the door. He was haggard and tired, like he hadn't slept in days, and his clothes were rumpled and dirty, even more so than normal. As I stood there, I caught a look in his eyes. They were bloodshot, and there were large, dark circles under them. But there was a calm I hadn't seen before, which was echoed in his voice as he welcomed me in. I couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but then it dawned on me. I had seen and heard this kind of response before in those who were in the final stages of terminal illness acceptance. I felt my body prickle with the knees. That chill that ripples across your skin when you stop thinking in the past or the future, and all your attention is suddenly focused on the now, because you know the world you are used to is about to change in some fundamental way. I paused in the doorway and looked him in the eyes. Then, without thinking, I drew him into a massive, bear hug. Ethan had never been one for physical contact in all the time I'd known him, but he accepted the hug without question, and I felt some kind of tension released from him. We parted after a short while, and I asked him sincerely, "Are you okay? Nothing wrong with you?" No, nothing physically at least." Good, because you look like crap." He laughed weakly at that, and then quieted. We stood there silently for a few moments, before the thought that had been nagging at my mind since he'd invited me forced itself out. "I've noticed on the web here is a lot of noise about this Blink thing you mentioned the last time. I was wondering, did you get an answer?" He smiled weakly, ignoring my question, inviting me in and simply pointing me to the large beanbag for me to sit, as I had done so many times before. If anything, his apartment was even messier than the last time, but somehow the impression of organized chaos was gone. This was just a mess that had been left to accumulate, like the owner no longer cared. As I sat down, he went over to a desk and fiddled with the laptop, moving some random items on the desk, almost like he was stalling. Then, turning to face me, resting himself against the desk, he asked me in a vague voice, "Do you remember what I was talking about the last time you visited? You mean the alien thing?" I answered, trying to make my voice sound light, the smirk on my face forced and obviously fake. I'd given into his suspicions, and he knew it. Before, he had rubbed this fact in my face, but today he didn't. Sure, things didn't seem to matter to him anymore, which made my voiceless fears even greater. Not just humanity, but all life on Earth has been engineered. An external source created it and maintained it. It is my belief. At this he laughed, a dry, mocking laugh at his use of a word he had previously despised. It is my belief now that the Earth has experienced various stages of life. There have probably been several of these stages, back from when Earth was first formed up to and including today. Of course, these earlier versions we have no substantial evidence of. The last one before us, though, we do have several indicators lying around. He left it hanging, waiting for my mind to catch up. It didn't take long, although I was surprised at how easily I was accepting what was possibly another one of his eccentric nories. "You mean the dinosaurs, don't you?" I said quietly, his restraint somehow infecting me as well. A small smile arranged itself on his lips again, though the sadness never left his eyes. "Indeed, those big stumbling sods before us. For the sake of clarity, I've classed them as version 5.0 of life on Earth. We are version 6.0. I now have reason to believe. What about your message? Did you get an answer?" I asked again, a bit more impatiently. "Not just my message. The Earth's been sending radio signals and more out for quite a few years now. If we can find their signals, as have proven, they can certainly pick up ours, even the unintended ones." "What are you trying to say, Ethan? That they got our messages and they took action?" I tried to swallow, now with a dry throat. "What action? You work in technical support. What is usually your first recommendation when something stops working correctly?" "I don't know. Usually, turning it off and back on again does the trick in the majority of cases." At this, my voice trailed off as I realized what he was implying. What this said about the 25th in the last 27 minutes and 54 seconds, Ethan started laughing, trailing off into a sad chuckle as he saw what he'd said take hold in my mind. Then, he suddenly went off on a tangent, just like the old days, and I listened, despite the sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, at what I was now thinking. Chariots of the gods. Chariots of the freaking gods. Imagine that aliens coming down to teach ancient civilizations new tricks. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe version 6.0 was still under warranty at that time, and part of that warranty included on-site maintenance. Hell, my money is on the Greek gods, actually being extraterrestrial consultants sent down to fix bug problems. Makes you wonder which messed up piece of code triggered Pompeii. "Shut up!" I suddenly raged. Maybe he was in one of his mad phases again, but I knew that he wasn't. The same logical part of me didn't want any more truth, knew I couldn't handle any more. I looked up, and Ethan was staring at me, not in anger, but in sympathy. He settled down next to me on the beanbag, passing me a beer he had obviously just fished out of a small fridge he kept behind his desk. I took a long swig, let my breathing settle, and then paused, taking that as a cue to continue. He did, but quieter this time, less tinged with a hysterical note that had appeared to be emerging in his speech earlier, like he'd reached the peak of his madness and was now trailing off the other side. It would explain why so many people believed in pan-noans of gods back in the day. Alien engineers popping down to fix the system whilst we were still covered, just like Microsoft ending support for older versions of Windows. Though maybe we just passed the date where version 6.0 of life on Earth was covered, and they stopped coming. He took a swig and passed it back, his voice now wistful, his eyes unfocused, trying to look across the unfathomable void where he imagined our progenitors resided. And now, in this age of radio and microwave signals, the people of Earth are finally sending messages and emails that could be picked up by their gods, bemoaning this and that failure with their bodies, their families, and the world around them, demanding answers. And these messages tumble out across the ether of space, picked up by some backwater tech support desk in some forgotten nebula. The number of messages reaches a critical mass, a statistical point where action must be taken, and some alien equivalent of a high school Drazo named Gary checks the scrap of paper on his desk for the instructions to an age-old piece of software. He downed the rest of the beer, and then turned it off and on again. Silence reigned for a few minutes, during which he stood up and made another trip to the fridge, this time bringing back several more bottles. He settled back down on the beanbag and passed me one before he spoke again. "I got a message back, you know," he said simply. I looked at him incredulously and then demanded, "Jesus, Ethan, what did it say?" His eyes were dark, pausing a long while before reaching into his back pocket and slowly unfolding a piece of paper, mumbling something about Desclances software, language analysis, and word auto-phronating before passing it to me. It read, "Dear Earth, thank you for replying in regard to our recent query as to your ongoing happiness with your software. We passed on your multiple concerns to the relevant technical support help desk. Unfortunately, ongoing support for your current version of Life 6.0 has ended. The initial reboot of your hardware or software attempted previously appears to not have resolved your issues. Therefore, we will be refreshing your system to the previously stable release Life 5.3. Your contract does not include backup SL or restoration of existing data, so all your current data will be wiped post-version Live 5.3. Thank you for using Life, and please contact us if further issues occur. Best regards, Refresh," was all I could mutter, confusion and dread dulling my sense. Using the version numbering as a guide, my guess is that would be resetting the Earth back to the late Jurassic period. He murmured thoughtfully, taking another swig of beer. I sent a message back, of course asking them not to do anything. I haven't couched it in the proper terms. We have decided to continue with our current installation. Please do not reboot nor refresh the system. Please ignore all other bug reports unless forwarded by me. Ethan Black, Kayet's admin of ERG. Hopefully they got it in time. Bug reports, prayers. Oh, then I looked at him again with a look of disbelief in my eyes. Is as admin of Earth? He didn't meet my gaze, but rather sheepishly kept his eyes locked to his beer bottle. Well, I had to sound like I was in charge, didn't I? "Do you think they got your message?" I asked hopefully after a pause. "I honestly don't know. We can hope, though, by my calculations, we'll know in the next couple of hours or so. That's why I invited you over, I guess, so we can watch the end together. Then again, we might just wink out of exits." His voice trailed off. Silence reigned again, broken only by our occasional sips. There wasn't, in all truth, very much else to say. After a while, he finished his beer, rested it gently down next to him, and then yawned expansively, leaning back on the beanbag with his hands clasped behind his head, and said matter-of-factly, "Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't think the dinosaurs were given a fair enough crack of the whip the first time round. Only right, they should be given another go." I turned in disbelief to argue with him at this irresponsible attitude, and then saw the barely suppressed laughter in his eyes. When all was said and done, what was there left to do but wait and see what happened, and laugh at the absurdity of it all? He started, and I joined in till the tears were rolling down our cheeks, and there we sat, laughing and drinking beer, until our world ended, maybe. The Inescapable Friends. The folded note hit the floor like a whisper from the grave. Its childish sketch of a sagging house staring up with empty windows that seemed to blink, scribbled above, "Come to my house and play, I need a friend." The address clawed at the page. 451 Sleepy Hollow Lane, a dead-end street where shadows grew teeth and no one answered the door. The bell rang, and I lifted myself from my seat and headed out of the second period. My back was killing me from sitting in the hard plastic chair for the past hour and a half. I was ready to get out of there. "Mr. Hargrove, if you could come over here, please," my English teacher said as he motioned me over to his desk. but the disappointed look on his face made me hate when he called me that. I always thought it was so stupid. He looked down at his desk, and I mimicked his motion. On his desk was the essay we had to turn in a few days ago. Across the top margin, scribbled in sloppy red ink, were the words, "Not acceptable." "I am very disappointed in your work here, Nate," he said. "The assignment was to write a persuasive argument essay on something you have strong feelings about." I got agitated rather quickly and snapped back at him. "That's exactly what I did," I yelled. "A deeding about marijuana should be illegal. It's not the direction this paper is supposed to be going in. I want a new paper and a new topic on my desk by Monday morning." He replied. I stood in disbelief and didn't speak for a moment. "You want an entire essay? I have plans this weekend," I protested. "Are you out of your mind?" I lied about having plans. The only thing I planned on doing this weekend was sitting on my ass. I just said this as an attempt to get out of writing an essay. "Don't call me dude." "Monday morning, end of discuss," he snapped. I stormed out of the classroom, cursing his name under my breath. In the hallway, I headed to my locker, which was only a few feet from his door. I put in my combination. The locker opened as easily as usual, only this time a small piece of paper fell out. It was folded into the normal size of a note someone passes in class. I picked it up off the floor and noticed there was something written across it very neatly. It read, F. Thinking it was nothing more than a note from a friend, I shoved it in my pocket, grabbed my Spanish book, and made my way to third period, trying not to be late. During lunch, I found my friend Jake and sat beside him. "What's up, bro?" he asked as he looked down and I took my seat at the table. We've been friends for a good while, and I always felt I could talk to him about whatever was troubling me. "Sia, you remember that essay I wrote for English class?" I asked, shaking my milk up. "The one about why pot should be legal?" "What about it?" he replied. "Apparently my teacher didn't like it, so now I have to write an entire essay by Monday morning." "Damn, dude, that's brutal. You gonna do it?" "I am gonna have to, I guess." I let my hand fall from the table where it rested, and it rubbed against my jean pocket. This reminded me about the note. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot." I pulled the note from my pocket. "Did you put this in my locker?" I asked as I held up the note. He took it from my hand and looked at it, puzzled, as if he'd never seen it before. "Wasn't me, dude? What does it say?" I shrugged. "I don't know. I haven't read it yet." He looked at me as if for approval, and I nodded, letting him know he could unfold the paper as he undid the last fold. We were caught off guard by what we saw, and both looked at each other, as if searching for an answer. What was on the paper was a very crude drawing of what appeared to be a house or a barn of some sort. I don't know why it was so unsettling, but looking at that picture gave me a very uneasy feeling. We both stared blankly at the piece of paper as if it were an ancient Bacon. The lunchroom was very loud. However, I was in such a state of concentration that the noise seemed to dissipate and eventually stop altogether. Without speaking a word, Jake pointed to some writing above the child's drawing. The font of the letters matched that of the note. It read, "Come to my house and play. I need a friend. 451, Sleepy Hollow Lane." "Do," Jake said under his breath. "That's on your street." He looked up from the note and turned his head to me. I could tell his uneasiness was growing, as was mine. I shook my head as if trying to shake the feeling. However, it was futile. "Be here is no way, bro. My house is the only one on that street for a good mile and a half," I explained. "This is some sort of shitty prank. Some kid on the bus probably did it." The bell rang loudly through the cafeteria. I went to grab the note, but Jake jerked it away from me at the very last second. Let me hold on to it and do some research. he said as we got up from our seats. I let out a loud sigh, grabbed my tray, and began walking to the trash can. Jake followed close behind. Trust me, dude. Just give me a few days with it, and I'll let you know if I find anything. I reluctantly gave in and nodded to him. Watson, I won't let you down, bro. He turned around and headed out of the lunchroom. There was only one period left this Friday, and I was more than happy about that. I woke up the next morning around 8 o'clock. I hated that school, messed up my sleeping schedule. I had plans to go back to sleep, but nature was calling. I dragged myself out of bed and headed over to the bathroom on the far side of my room. As I was answering the call, I heard my phone spit out its normal notification for voicemail. That's weird. I thought I usually hear my phone ring through the night. I shook, then flushed, and stepped over to the sink to splash some cold water on my face in an attempt to wake myself up. Letting out a huge yawn, I stepped out of the bathroom and headed over to my nightstand, where my phone was being charged. When I retrieved my phone from its resting place, unlocked it, and checked my notifications, I saw that I did indeed have a missed call along with a voicemail, both from Jake. Thinking to myself that he might have actually found something, I listened to the voicemail. Hey dude, I found some crazy shit about this house. You have got to hear this. I don't want to tell you over the phone, so either I could come over or we could just hang out somewhere. It's up to you, bro. Call me back as soon as pos. Whoa, I said aloud. He must really have something. I searched through my contacts and found his name with the intent of calling him. I put the phone to my ear and listened for a ring. There was no ring. All I got back was the regular "Res, the person you are trying to reach" speech, followed by white noise. This caught me off guard since I've never known of a phone that gives out that noise when someone can't be reached. I decided to try a few more times. Each time I got the same result, except for the final try. The white noise stopped, and I heard a deep inhaling and exhaling before a long beep. It was a bit unsettling, but I thought it was just my imagination. I decided to hop in the shower to further wake myself up. After getting out of the shower and getting dressed, I was greeted by my mom outside in the hallway. "Your friend is here, Nay," she said as I followed her. I walked into the living room and saw Jake sitting on the couch with some papers rolled up tightly in his hand. When he saw me, he jumped from his seat and made haste in my direction. He grabbed my arm and whispered to me in an anxious tone, "Oh, dude, I found sunk." His face was pale as a ghost and his eyes were wide open. I stared at him blankly for a while before replying, "All right, man, let's go outside and talk about it. I want a cigarette." We went out and sat at the table under the porch. He unrolled the papers and weighed them down with various items, ashtrays, cell phones, and lighter. There were so many different things to look at. There was an aerial view of what looked to be nothing more than a forest, an outdated newspaper article that had been printed off, and some type of property plans. I backed up a bit as if trying to take it all in. "Oh, whoa," I said aloud. "Admits, what is all this?" I asked him. "Apo, let me start with the picture." He pointed to the aerial view photograph. "This is what came up when I looked up that address on Google Earth. At first I thought it was just some woodland and trees, but then I looked closer." He scooted up in his seat to be closer to the photo, and I followed. If you look very closely, you can see the roof of a house, and about 30 feet from that is some type of shed. I squinted and followed his finger as it moved. "You were right," I said. "That's insane, bro. The house is at least a mile deep into the woods." "I know," he said. "Now let me show you this artic." He picked up the paper and tried to smooth it out the best he could. The paper had become discolored from its original pearl white to a dingy sort of yellowish gray. I guess that was from his sweaty palms caused by his anxiety. This article was written in 1989, so it wasn't too old. However, it was really creepy. He pointed to one of the photographs with his finger. It says right here that there was an 82-year-old man who lived there with his daughter while she took care of him. Apparently he had PTSD and was having a hard time developing relationships with other people. All he would say was that she was his one and only friend. I picked up the paper and began reading myself. "Dude, this is seriously weird," I said aloud, before taking a drag from my cigarette. He looked up and nodded in agreement. I leaned back in my chair, blew out some smoke, and looked through the screen around my porch. It was a beautiful day out. We should go somewhere and do something. Jake jumped from his seat. "Dude, I am all for it. We could go check out this house and find out who gave you that note." I looked at him in disbelief. "Are you serious? I told you it's most likely some dumb prank a kid pulled. I know a lot of people think that. And I was thinking more about that thrift shop up the road." We have to do this, man. There's no way anyone knows about this house. It's like you said, it's at least a mile in the woods. His argument was a good one, and that fact agitated me. "Come on, dude. Thrift shops are lame. They smell bad. Forget the thrift shop. We could go to the house, look around for a bit, and if you are just scared, I cut him off right there. "I am not scared, all right. I just don't want to get caught by my parents again." I made up an excuse on the spot. It was a damn good one. Last time I tried to sneak out, they took my license for a month. Dude, that guy died inside that house. The last person to step foot in there was the police and his daughter. There are probably some cool things in there, man. If we get caught, I'll take the fall for it all the way. I took one more drag from my cigarette before putting it out and fell back into my seat. "Let me think about that, all right?" A few days passed before me and Jake talked about the house again. I had to ruminate for a while before deciding I really was scared and also nervous about getting caught. After a while, I finally just gave up and decided to agree to going. I pulled out my cell and gave him a ring. "Hey, dude, what's up?" he asked as he answered the phone. A reluctant sigh rolled across my lips. "I need you to be ready by tonight, say around 6 o'clock. I could hear the excitement rise in his voice when he spoke. "We're seriously going," he said. "Oh, all right, man. I'll be ready whenever you need me to be." Another long sigh escaped from my chest. "Call me when you are ready, and I'll come and get you. We'll head out from your house. I know a back way to the streets, so we don't have to pass my house." "All right. Just give me about an hour, and I'll be ready." "All right. I'll talk to you late." I hung up the phone, threw it on the bed, and sat down beside it. I was beyond nervous. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't seem to stay still. I decided to go outside and have a smoke on the porch to help calm my nerves. Around 6:30, Jake called me up. "Are you ready to do this?" he asked. "I am ready as I'll ever be, I suppose." "All right, cool. I am sitting outside my house waiting for you." I hung up, slipped my phone into my pocket, and commenced the search for all the things I needed. "I have my phone and my cigarette," I said out loud. "But what else do I need?" I couldn't help but get the feeling that I was missing something. I went through my mental checklist one more time, and then it hit me. Shit, my keys. I gave myself a good smack on the forehead, scooped my keys up off my computer desk, and headed out. Strangely enough, my parents didn't question where I was going and simply said, "And I'll have fun." I shrugged it off and headed out the door, making sure to shut it behind me. There was a thick fog covering the ground, and the air was chilling on my bare skin. This kind of thing was common this time of year, but I hated it either way. I hopped in my car, cranked it up, put it into gear, turned up the heat, and headed on down the road towards his house. The world was quiet. and all I heard were the tires rolling along the pavement as I went along my journey. I decided to turn on some music to help kill the eerie vibe that surrounded me. When I pulled into his driveway, I honked in a friendly manner and waved out the window, putting on a masquerade of excited emotion. He waved back and smiled, then came down the steps and got in the passenger side of the car. "You found the place okay?" he asked as I backed up out of his driveway. "No problems, really. Just all this damn fog kind of sets the mood, huh?" he said, nudging me and laughing. I laughed along nervously and just kept my eyes on the road. I put on some music to help settle my nerves. The ride there was nerve-wracking. The sky was already getting dark. And, just to add to the atmosphere, there was a full moon. Now, I had decided to put on pants for the trip, considering how far this house was into the woods. "Can you get me a cig out of my pack, dude?" I decided to try and calm my nerves a bit with a smoke. I lit it up and took the first drag. The smoke filled my lungs, and the sweet menthol cooled my throat as I exhaled. I felt a huge relief lift from my shoulders. "Alright, pull over right there," Jake said. "Why?" I replied as I pulled over. According to the MapQuest directions we have, we're at the opening to the house. I looked out my window, trying to make any distinguishable shape out of the oncoming darkness, but it was futile. It was around winter time, so the nights were much darker than usual, and this night in particular was no exception. "Well, turn the car off and let's check it out." I looked at Jake as if he had lost his shit mind. "I'm not leaving the car here, dude. Get out and check to see if the path is big enough for my car to fit through." He groaned, grabbed the flashlight, and stepped out of the car. I turned down the music and stuck my head out of the window. "How does it look?" I asked. But you could fit it, dude. No problem. Just back up and turn in, alright? Watch out." He stepped out of the way, and I backed up a bit before turning into the woods. My car wasn't built for this kind of thing. I just wanted to get off the side of the road. I gently placed my foot on the gas and inched my way about 20 feet into the woods. I put it in park, got out, and then locked it. "Are you ready to go?" I asked. My voice had two very obvious tones of fear and regret. I was feeling sick. My stomach seemed to turn flips inside me. I didn't want to do this, but I was already here, and there was no point in turning back. I am as ready as I'll ever be. With that said, Jake pointed the flashlight down the dark path, and we began our descent into the unknown. After about 10 or 15 minutes of walking, the forest started to get to me. "This is some freaky shit, dude. Maybe we should just turn back." The sounds of the wilderness were beginning to shake me up a bit. "Come on, man. I bet it's not that bad. Besides, it's just an abandoned house. What's the worst that could?" His voice trailed off. I stared at him with confusion until I followed his eyes. There it was. It was eerie how much the house itself resembled the drawing. The porch, the shutters, even the shattered window that I believed to be the attic. All matched. This must be it," I said. I swallowed hard, trying to get rid of the lump that lodged in my throat. Jake was now noticeably nervous, but he tried to shake it off with some humor. This has to be it. I mean, how many people build a house this damn far back into the woods?" He let out a nervous laugh and took a step forward, turning back to me and making sure I followed. "Come on? We'll just go in, take a look around, and leave." I nodded, and we proceeded into the house. The front porch was a normal wood porch, except this one had obvious signs of weather damage. Nature had also engulfed the entire side of the house and claimed it as its own. There was ivy running up one side of the house, and moss was beginning to grow over the aged, rotten wood. Each step we took seemed to make the house moan or groan very loudly, in stark contrast with the silence of the wilderness. All the sounds I heard previously had now ceased. No crickets were chirping, and no animals were running around. It seemed as if time had stopped the moment we stepped on the porch. Jake shined the flashlight over the front of the house to help us find the door. The last thing I wanted right now was to be stuck in the still darkness. The door may have been white at one point, but now the paint was chipping and it looked weathered and dingy. The doorknob was a golden brass-like color, and it stuck out like a sore thumb on this eyesore of a home. I turned to Jake, and his face resembled that of a bedsheet. All the color had drained out of it. I could tell he was beginning to get very scared. "You all right, dude?" I asked, putting my hand on his shoulder. My touch startled him, and he jumped while letting out a loud scream. I jumped back and screamed as well, considering I didn't expect the reaction I received. "Dude, we can leave if you want." Jake's look of fear turned to that of malice and hatred. I took a step back in shock. "Auden, we're going in there. Like I said, we're not chickens, F." Something didn't seem right about his attitude, nor this situation. However, I was afraid of what he may do if I tried to leave. I am fairly tall, but Jake has the weight factor over me. There'd be no way I could leave even if I tried. "All right," I said reluctantly. You can go in for it." His expression never changed, and he kept eye contact with me the whole time he was opening the door. It wasn't until the door opened up and hit the wall on the inside that he looked away. The house was pitch black, and even though my eyes had adjusted to the dark that was outside, the darkness in the house seemed darker than what was outside. Shining the light inside without looking away from the entryway, the light illuminated what looked to be a den or living room. Watching our step, the floor under us creaked. There was a dark mahogany coffee table in the middle of the room, accompanied by an area rug underneath the couch. The sofa had definitely seen better days. The cushions were ripped, and their guts were spewing from the loose seams. "Aben, is that what I think it is?" Jake spoke up for the first time after the episode on the porch. He seemed to be back to normal, for now at least. I turned away from what I was looking at to see what had caught his eye. "What is it, dude?" As I turned, I saw that he was pointing to a large stain on the hardwood floor. I could see the stain had previously been there for a while, and had since then been tried to clean up. It looked to be a large puddle of some sort. However, I couldn't put my finger on what it would be. "What is it?" I said. "Look harder, Jake. I think it was blood." His voice was soft, nearly a whisper, and those words made me freeze. I could feel a cold breeze drift by my face, and our breath suddenly became visible. The hand of fear was beginning to take a grasp on my heart as the blood in my veins ran cold. "I think we need to." Jake wasn't behind me. This didn't make sense. I knew he was just there, and there was no way I wouldn't have heard him travel through this rickety old house. Jake," I called out. All I saw that showed me he was even once there was the flashlight. It sat straight up on the decayed, broken hardwood floor, illuminating the ceiling. I bent over and picked it up so I could continue my adventure through the house. "This isn't funny, dude." I walked out of the living room and into the kitchen. The putrid smell of rotten, moldy food invaded my nostrils, and I nearly puked. Holding back the vomit, I continued on. It was nearly impossible to concentrate. My best friend just went missing in some shitty old house, and I was terrified beyond belief. I just wanted to go home. I began to feel hysterical the further I ventured into the house. As I exited the kitchen, I scanned the room with my flashlight. Seeing a large table with plates and utensils, I assumed it to be a dining room. I shined the light over each seat, one by one. Empty, empty, and empty. I jumped back in fear and stumbled over something on the floor, dropping my flashlight. There was a man sitting in the chair at the very end of the table. I only got a small glimpse of him, but it was enough for me to know he was dead. That's when it hit me. I didn't smell old food. What I smelled was this man. The smell got the best of me, and I leaned over and poked on the floor. After an immense amount of coughing and gagging, I mustered up enough strength to grab the flashlight and stand back up. My hands were trembling, and the light shook as I shined it on the man. His skin was as dark as the night sky that stood over me. His eyes were glazed over. The pupils that lay within them were extremely dilated and matched his skin tone. The hair that may have once been on his head was now thin and white. I took a look around the rest of the room and noticed the staircase ahead of me to the right. Jake has got to be up there, I thought to myself. I took a few steps forward and began to get the feeling of being watched. It wasn't just an eerie feeling either. This felt as if someone was standing right behind me, glaring at the back of my head. I stood there, isolated and in fear, unaware of what I should do. I began thinking to myself, the stairs are right in front of me. They could lead me to Jake and ultimately to safety. Then again, it could lead me to my ultimate demise. What if this isn't just a feeling? What if there is someone or something behind me, waiting for me to make a choice so it can strike? All of a sudden, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, accompanied with the same putrid smell as before. I closed my eyes and told myself, this isn't real. This isn't real. Another breath rolled onto my back, and fear began to fall upon me like cannonballs from the battlefield. It has to be Jake just playing a trick. It has to be. I refused to believe that anyone else living was in this house. The only sounds I could hear were the whistling of the gentle midnight breeze and the thumping of my heart against my rib cage. I felt a bony hand run up my shoulder blade and then clutch my shoulder. I jumped forward and screamed, "This isn't funny!" I turned around, and my flashlight was pointing at nothing more than an empty dining room. At first, I felt relief until I shined the light over to the chair that once held a man. He was gone. The only thing that was left was what looked to be dirt, and something small and white placed neatly on the plate. I felt my heart cower to the confines of my gut. My eyes widened at the sight as I stared in disbelief. I swallowed hard. "Adna, I think you know what to do next?" My mind was racing. I can run? No. You can't leave Jake behind. I'll go for the note. But what if that man, if that's what it would be called at this point, comes to get me? I have to decide. Run. Number hide. I can't. I mustered up the strength and took my first step in the direction of the note. The floor sang a song of creaks and moans as I stepped. I hoped that was muffled enough not to attract the attention of the man. I grasped the flashlight with both hands to help my hands from trembling. Fear had struck me, and I was breaking out in a cold sweat, my heart throbbing and my gut twisting as I walked. The note was now only about 2 feet away, so I decided to reach out for it. My hand shook as I inched toward the note that lay on the plate. The plate was freezing cold as my fingertips brushed against it. I saw a shadow quickly shift over my hand, and I retracted, making sure to grab the note as I did so. My heart was still pounding, and I was beginning to worry about going into cardiac arrest. Holding the flashlight in my mouth, I unfolded the note. On the note was a paragraph that seemed to be written very hastily. The handwriting was sloppy, and it was nearly illegible. "If you are reading this note, I am already dead. You must leave the house as soon as possible, or you too will suffer the same fate." I thought he would get better as time went on, but I was wrong. The newspapers didn't know the whole story because I didn't tell them. I didn't want others to hear about what he was really doing here. He was never sick. He never needed my care. I told the papers that just so that they would leave me alone. They were searching for a breaking news story, and I refused to give it to them. It was very hard to hide the bruises and cuts, but I managed. All he ever wanted was another slave. He did it to me, just like his wife, before he beat her to death. He was a sick, sadistic man with an unmentionable amount of strength. In his final months, though he had become weak, and I knew that was when I would end this hell on earth, this real-life nightmare. It was Halloween night in 1989 when I did it. I found the rat poison under the cabinet and stirred it in with his liquor. He never saw it coming. After just 2 sips, the glass dropped to the floor, shattering into many tiny pieces. He held his throat, coughing and gagging, trying to make it over to me before falling at my feet. He reached up and tried to pull me down, but the life drained out of him too soon. That was it. He was dead, and I was free. I didn't know what to do with the body, so I just hid it upstairs in the master's bedroom dresser. I couldn't drag him and bury him. I was too weak. I was free, or so I thought. About a month later, I figured his body would be a bit lighter, so I decided to bury him in the backyard. The color drained from my face when I saw the dresser was opened, and there was nobody there. Footprints led from the dresser to the door leading downstairs. To this day, I still haven't found him. However, he must still be in the house. I hear the bumps and cracks of this house, only caused by the weight of someone walking around. He isn't walking, however, he is stalking. I could feel him at night whenever I try to sleep, and every morning when I wake up, he's here. And here is nothing we can do about it. I could see that there was more to the note. However, the bottom was mostly covered in blood. I dropped the note to the floor when I heard a huge crash from upstairs. "Jake!" I shouted and went full speed up the stairs. Upon reaching the top, I was greeted with the hallway that had 5 doors. There were 2 on each side of the hallway and 1 more at the end of it. There was a bright light shining through the bottom of the door at the end. Instincts told me to go in. However, I was still shaken from the event that occurred only moments ago downstairs. I started the journey down the hall. My feet seemed to weigh a ton. The second floor was eerily cooler than the previous one. When my hot breath met the midnight air, a large cloud of fog rolled from my lips and then dissipated as it rose. I was now halfway to the door and was contemplating on leaving with or without Jake. I saw shadows moving around in the room and was taken aback by it. One seemed to be walking backwards, and the other seemed to be getting dragged across the floor. I began to back up and leave. Then, all of a sudden, from the room at the end of the hall, I heard a loud bang. "Jake!" I yelled. Fear and hate coursed through my veins, and I booked it to the door. I wasn't going to let this thing hurt my friend. I slammed my shoulder into the door, not even checking if it was locked. It flew open and the door frame splintered a bit. I was taken by surprise when I stepped in. The room was completely empty, except for a large bed against the far wall and the dresser that was beside me on the far wall. It was eerie to see this room in such pristine condition. The rest of the house was about to cave in. It seemed the only thing that contrasted the cleanliness of the room was the muddy footprints leading out of the room from the dresser. How could there be footsteps leading out of the room? Still hidden by the masquerade of malice and hate, I stomped over to the dresser to open the doors. When I opened them, just the slightest, something fell out on top of me. I hit the ground hard, and the breath was knocked out of me. After catching my breath, I opened my eyes to see what had landed on me. Out of shock, I pushed a large burlap sack off of me onto the floor. I got up to my feet, wiped myself off, and began to examine the sack. It was about 6 feet long and had a strange shape to it. There was blood dripping from one end of the bag into a puddle that was beginning to form and permeate through the white carpet. I was getting very nervous at this point. I took a step toward the bag, and I heard a loud moan. However, this moan wasn't from the house. It came from the sack. My eyes widened, and my vision was fixed on the sack. My breathing became heavy and labored. Another moan rang out, this time louder. I took a step back, and whatever was inside the sack started to wiggle and squirm. The moans now ceased, but were only followed by ear-piercing screams of someone in complete anguish, enveloped by fear. They were manly screams, very deep and baritone. As the realness of the situation set in, I realized who was in the sack. "Jake, are you in there?" I crouched down by the sack, ready to open it as soon as I heard his voice from within. It's me. His voice was shaken, and I could tell he had been crying. There was no telling how long he had been in there. "All right, dude, stay calm. I am gonna get you out. Hurry, I can't breathe." My hands were trembling, but I managed to untie the rope that held the bag shut and help Jake crawl out. When he made it out, he just lay on the floor, trying to catch his breath. All the color that was once in his face was now gone. It was a pale white, like that of a ghost. I examined him as he lay there, and I could see the blood permeating through his jeans and even into the carpet. "Oh my God, dude, what happened to your leg?" I asked, with honest concern. I pulled his pants leg back, and I could see that something had snapped his ankle. The bone stuck out, and it was a strange contrast against the dark red of his blood. He took a deep inhale and spoke in a weak and scratchy voice. "We have to get out of here, man. This thing nearly killed me, as black as skin, cold, heartless eyes. He snatched me up and stuffed me in here. I tried to fight back, but he was too strong. The nails on his fingers are like razors. I gotta go home, Nathan. I want to go home." His voice began to shake, and I could see the redness in his face caused by the screaming and crying. The fear that was developing in me was a type I had never experienced before. This wasn't like seeing a spider in your bathroom or a snake in your backyard. That kind of thing was petty compared to this. This was true terror. I took my friend by the hand, and with all the strength I could muster, I pulled him up to his feet. "Ah!" he screamed out in agony when the pressure was put on his ankle. "Ah, lift up your foot and put your arm on my shoulder. I'll get you out of here." We walked slowly over to the door leading out of the bedroom. He was heavy, and no matter how much he tried to help, we were still struggling to keep a steady pace. "We're almost there, dude. Just a few more steps, and we're out of this." The door swung shut with a loud bang. Strangely enough, I wasn't scared. The only emotion that filled my veins at this point was anger and hate. I didn't let the fear take me over like before. I suppressed it and stayed strong for my friend. "It's just a few more steps, we can do this." When we reached the door, the same ominous feeling I felt downstairs fell back over me. I felt that thing was behind us, waiting for the perfect time to strike. My hand was trembling, and no matter how much I tried to suppress the fear, it continued to fall upon me. The doorknob was in my hand, and we were one step closer to getting out of this hell on earth. I turned it, locked. I couldn't suppress the fear any longer. I tried wiggling the knob. I turned it back and forth in a desperate attempt to shake a loose click. The door opened into the long hallway I had once mentioned, but that feeling I couldn't shake it, leaving so soon. "Are you?" A deep hoarse voice came from behind me. It had to be him, but there was no way. He was dead. "I know he was your friend. He's hurt. There's no way you can make it out of here. You might as well leave him and save yourself." The words hit the heart of me. He was sadly right. There is no way we can get out of here. I had no way of sending Jake to get help. This ethereal being that stood only a few feet behind me had powers that could kill us both. I wasn't going to give up. I had to keep me and Jake through this. "I'm not leaving him here," I shouted back over my shoulder. "I am the one you sent the note to. Why did you take him?" I heard his crusted lips part as a smile floated across his black, leathery face. "I knew it would get me closer to you. You would have left without him, and you know it. You are weak, a coward." I could feel his cold breath travel all the way from the other side of the room. I couldn't stay in this room any longer. I had to escape. I pulled Jake up on my shoulder and whispered to him, "Do you have to try to run? It's our only chance." He looked up at me. His face was white from fear and he struggled to speak. "Let's do this." With a strong push from both of us, we started running down the hall. Our strategy was to treat this like a three-legged race, to keep as much weight as possible from Jake's foot. We made it about halfway down the hallway before we heard the men scream out at us, "You can't leave." All the doors in the hallway swung open and slammed shut repeatedly in unison. The sound thundered through the hallway and was nearly deafening. "You have to stay." Jake and I approached the stairs with the same look of toughness, and we were both breaking out in a cold sweat. I looked over at him and then behind to check the status of the monster that we had angered. There was no sign of him, and all the doors had stopped slamming. It was quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. I looked back at Jake. He was panting just as I was, the sweat dripping down our faces. "We just have to take this one step at a time, I assured him. He nodded, and we started down the stairs. I would get on the step, and he would follow as carefully as possible. The silence was more terrifying than anything I could imagine. The darkness was beginning to fade, and the sun was peeking over the horizon. Had we really been in here this long? We reached the bottom of the stairs and looked around at the lightly lit first floor. I could see the door from where we were standing. I let out a nervous chuckle and a goofy smile. "Jake, the door is right there. It's just a few more steps," I reassured him. He looked up and mimicked my goofy smile. He was panting hard and sweating. "What are we waiting for?" We were both smiling at each other before I decided our plan. "We'll walk slowly to minimize noise. If we have to, are you able to run with me?" I looked at him with a worried look and a nervous, reassuring smile. He looked at the ground inside before he looked up and nodded. I felt very bad for him. I knew he was in pain, and I could tell that he wanted to get out of the house as soon as I did. I decided to use the same three-legged race tactic we had used upstairs. Our movement was awkward and slow, but it was our only way of getting the weight off of Jake's leg. We were about halfway to the door when we heard it. Did you really think it would be that easy? That same raspy voice we heard just moments ago was now right behind us. I could feel his cold breath roll down my neck and send chills through my muscles to the bone. His breath was rancid and smelled as if his teeth were rotting out. The voice dropped into a low whisper, and I heard him intake a breath right by my ear. I closed my eyes and continued telling myself it wasn't real. I could hear Jake doing the same. "It's lonely in the afterlife. I need a friend." I felt this cold, leathery hand grab my shoulder, I screamed, and instincts kicked in. I swung my fist back, and my bare knuckles popped him in his jaw. He screamed out in pain and took a few steps back. "Ah, you little son of a bitch. This is our chance. Let's make a run for the door." We had perfected the motion by this point, and although our movement was still awkward, we moved quickly. Just as we reached the door, the voice roared out at us once again, not so fast. With the lift of his hand, a massive gust of wind swept through the forest, and the door slammed shut, hitting me in the nose and busting it open. The hit left me dazed and confused. Everything was getting blurry, and I felt weak. The grip I had around Jake began to loosen, and I started falling to the ground. Jake reached out, trying to grab me, but it was no use. I hit the cold, hard floor with a loud thud. I could hear someone screaming out, but it sounded so distant. "Nathan, get up! F!" The voice was echoing in my head, and I was seeing double of the creature that was standing over me. "Come on, get up!" The voice came again. This time it was louder. My vision was beginning to clear up, and I could make out the voice. "Jake," I looked over to him. He was bending over to pick up an old floorboard. With a loud scream, he swung around with the rusty nail that stuck from it and went straight into the creature's eye. The monster stepped back and tripped over the coffee table, falling onto the floor. Black goo oozed through his eye socket. Come on, we still have a chance." He reached out his hand and pulled me up to my feet. I was still a bit dizzy, but I threw my arm around him, and we helped each other stay balanced. I reached for the brass knob and turned it. The door was unlocked and opened with a loud creak. The sun was just coming up above the horizon, and the light seemed almost ethereal as it shined through the trees. We stepped out on the porch and slammed the door behind us. Moving as quickly as possible, we headed straight for the car. Jake was limping, and I could taste the blood that was dripping from my nose. When we reached the car, I pulled out my keys, unlocked it, and we loaded in like clowns. I jammed the key into the ignition and pushed it forward to start the car. The engine whined and vibrated until eventually turning on completely. Hurry, Eth! I didn't understand Jake's concern until I looked up from buckling my seatbelt. There, hidden in the shade of the trees, was the epitome of fear. His eye was oozing the same black liquid, and he had a look of pure hatred upon his face. I threw the car into reverse and slammed my foot on the gas. The tires shot out leaves, pine straw, dirt, before eventually gaining traction and moving us backwards. Holy shit!" Jake shouted. That's insane!" Without taking my eyes off the trail behind us, I asked what was going on. "He's burning. The sunlight. It's killing him." I turned my head and saw the monster clawing at his body as smoke rolled off his appendages. I could hear his screams through my closed windows. "Yid, now let's get the hell out of here." After a little more reversing, we reached the main road. We finally came out of the forest, and we were safe. I looked over at Jake and then down at his foot. The blood had stained his jeans, and there was dirt, leaves, and pine needles all over it. "We need to get you to the hospital. We'll figure out what to tell my mom. What are you going to tell yours?" He was staring out the window, watching the forest pass him by. "The truth, I suppose." His answer was blunt and struck me as odd. How the hell would they believe him? He looked over at me with a grin on his face. "I am kidding, dude. I'll tell her I tried to skateboard." We both shared a laugh. Our first real one in the past day or two. The tone didn't stay too happy for long. However, Jake turned his head back to the window. "Dude, what if he comes looking for us what if he made it back into the house just in time?" I looked over at him in disbelief and all. "Don't say shit like that, dude. We could have shit died tonight. Just be glad we made it alive. He's not coming to get us. He's dead, for God's sake." We saw him burning, screaming as we left. I was a little heated. However, my answer didn't seem to offend Jake. He looked over at me and then turned to the window. "Yeah, you are right. I am sorry I brought it up," he sighed. "It's all right, dude. Don't worry about it." After an hour-long drive, we reached the emergency room and were immediately taken back. As a few nurses took Jake to get x-rays, I was put into my own room for further examination. A doctor with a clipboard walked in and began talking to me about how I got a broken nose. "It's not severe," he said, "but you'll have 2 black eyes for a while. We're gonna have to put the bone back in place. It's gonna be painful. However, it's the best course of action." "How did you say you got it again?" I had to lie to him. There was no way he would have believed the truth. After my friend hurt himself on my skateboard, we immediately got into the car and headed here. As I was driving, a deer ran across the road, and I slammed on my brakes. That caused me to hit my nose on the steering wheel. Correct. "Yes, sir. You are lucky then. We had a guy come in here just a week ago in the same incident. The bone went straight through his brain, and he was dough." I thought that was a strange way for a formal conversation to go, but I shrugged it off and just acted accordingly. I shook my head as if in shock, and he just nodded and turned to leave the room. "A nurse will bring your friend after he is fitted for his cast, and she will clean you up and give you information about how long your nose will take to heal up." I nodded, thanked him, and he walked out of the room. I had a feeling this emergency room was no different from the others as far as how long it takes them to do things, so I decided to watch some television as I waited for Jake. After 2 episodes of American Dad, there was a knock on the door. "Come on in," I called out. A cute young nurse wheeled Jake in on a wheelchair. His leg was propped up, and he looked drained. I couldn't blame him. I was too. He's gonna rest here while we wait for word about his cast. She pulled the chair beside the bed I was sitting on, locked the wheels in place, and then left without another word. "To you all right, man? Dan?" He looked over at me, acknowledging my voice. "Yeah, I am doing all right. Oh, yes, my foot is really messed up. You got your cell on you? I need to call my mom and let her know what's going on and where I am at." "Yeah, I got it right here." I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. A small note fell out of it. Our faces turned as white as the sheets I was sitting on. Please tell me that's the note from your lock." I reached for the note and slowly unfolded it. Both of us were anxious and scared to see what was on the paper. There were only 4 sentences written in cursive in the very middle of the paper. "You have vanquished the evil from his house. Your willpower, quick thinking, and brute strength did not go unnoticed. Even though I was not there to see that bastard fall, I know I cannot rest in peace. Thank you, Nathan and Jake." We both looked at each other and let out an enormous sigh of relief. Just like the previous note, there was a blood stain that seemed to permeate. We brushed it off as nothing. "I guess it's really over, huh?" Jake said. "Yeah, I guess so. That is, until our parents see the bill from this place." We laughed aloud and shared a friendly shove. "All right, give me the phone. I really need to call my mom." "Oh yeah, there you go." I handed Jake my phone and he dialed his house number. It rang twice before someone picked up. It sounded like it may have been his dad. The voice was deep and baritone. "Hey, I got in a skateboard accident and Nathan and I are at the emergency room." The voice came through, but I couldn't make out any words. "Yeah, I am fine. I am getting a cast in a little bit. I'll be home before dinner, hopefully. I love you. Bye." He hung up the phone and handed it back to me. "You should probably call your mom too." I nodded my head and began dialing. "Hello?" My mom's voice shot through my phone speaker loud enough for Jake to hear. "Where the hell are you? I stayed up until 2 a.m. waiting for you. You better have an explanation." After about 10 minutes, I convinced her that we came in late and tried not to wake her up. Once she believed that, I just told her about the skateboard accident that happened this morning. I also gave her the same excuse about my nose that I gave the doctor. "Well, okay, as long as you are both fine." I started to hang up, but she called my name out. "Yeah," I said. "When you get here, can you leave your keys on the kitchen table for me?" I think I am gonna hold on to them for. I let out a huge sigh and surrendered to her request. After the conversation, I hung up the phone and let out a loud horror, out of exhaustion and aggravation. After I dropped Jake off at his house and helped him up the steps, I headed back to my house. I couldn't help but replay the events that had just occurred all in one night. The afternoon sun was high in the sky and was beating down hard. I pulled into my driveway and was greeted by a very worried and caring mother. "Nathan, are you okay? How's your nose? How's Jake?" I felt like I was being interrogated by the police. She wasn't more than a foot away from my face while she asked me all these questions. "Fortin, Mom, I am fine. We're fine." I reached in my pocket and pulled out my car keys. "And here you go. If you need me, I'll be up in my room. I really need some red." I walked up the driveway, into the porch, and into the house. Upon entering, I was greeted by my favorite Maine Coon cat, Millie. I reached down and petted her soft fur as she purred loudly. "Hey girl, did you miss me?" I scooped her up and headed to my room. "It's time for a catney," I said jokingly. I entered my room and shut the door behind me. Everything was normal. I am not sure why I expected it to be different. I shook my head with a huge sigh before lying down in my bed. I could only imagine that Jake must be doing the same. I closed my eyes and thought to myself, That was one hell of a weekend before drifting off to sleep. I was awoken by the alarm from my phone cutting through the silence, belching out that obnoxious sound. I rolled over, groaning, and grabbed my phone. After turning off the alarm, I threw my phone on my bed with a big yawn. Even though I had slept from the point I got home, I still felt very exhausted. I begrudgingly lifted myself from my bed and headed to the bathroom on the other side of my room. The bathroom floor was cold, and goosebumps spread all over my body. I turned on the hot water and got it to the desired temperature, then headed to my closet for some clothes. I found a shirt, underwear, and socks, but no jeans. After putting the clothes I did find on my bed, I walked through the house to get a pair of jeans from the dryer. The house was dark and very little light was shining in through the windows from the sunrise outside. When I reached the dryer, a strange chill fell over me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I became more alert of my surroundings. My eyes were beginning to adjust, just as I crouched down to the dryer. Without thinking, I reached in and grabbed the first pair of jeans I saw, then headed back to my room and jumped into the shower. The entire time I was showering, I couldn't help but think about that man. His skin was so dark and unnatural. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. He had a large grin across his face from ear to ear, and his yellow, rotting teeth showed through his crusted lips. He let out a maniacal laugh and mouthed the words, "He will always be my friend." I stepped out of the shower, dried off, then started getting dressed. There was a knock at my bathroom door, and I jumped. It seemed silly, but I was still a bit paranoid. "Yeah," I called out from the bathroom, "the bus is gonna be here soon." My mom said, "I'll be late." I always hated riding the bus. It was loud, and most of the kids there were freshmen who thought they were all that. I finished getting dressed, slipped on my shoes, grabbed my backpack and my iPod, and then headed out of the room. I met up with my mom in the living room. She had a strange look on her face. She was smiling, but it just didn't seem normal. All she did was stand there in the middle of the living room with this almost sadistic smile on her face. Without speaking a word, her pupils were dilated, and they almost covered her entire iris. "Are you okay, Mom?" There was a shakiness in my voice as I spoke. This was just too weird. She still just stood there, not saying a word, with a shit-eating grin on her face. I was beginning to get hostile and started to yell, Mom, what the hell is wrong with you? Say something." I began to shake her, desperate to get any reaction. "Mom," I continued screaming and yelling, but all seemed futile. I heard the bus pass by my house, but I didn't care. I wasn't leaving until I heard her say something, anything. Her evil grin finally surrendered, and I saw her lips move slightly. She spoke barely over a whisper. I leaned in closer, hoping to make out something. The words seemed familiar, but it took me a few seconds to make it out. "You will always be my friend." I retreated back and stumbled onto the couch. My eyes grew wide, and my heart began to lunge itself back and forth into my diaphragm. I could feel my blood run cold. All of a sudden, my own house seemed strange and unsafe. Mom managed to stutter out of my fear. She wasn't speaking, blinking, or moving. "I gotta get out of here." I ran to the kitchen, pushing my mom to the side. She hit the floor hard, and I felt terrible. But deep inside, I knew it wasn't her. After snatching my keys off the kitchen table, I booked it back into the living room and out of the front door. The morning chill sent a rush through my entire body, but I tried to ignore it. I unlocked my car, jumped in, and jammed the keys into the ignition. Luckily, it started right up. I threw it into reverse and stepped on the gas. When my rear bumper reached the road, I swung it around and headed to school. That was the only place I knew to go. "Everything will be fine when I get home," I said, thinking out loud hopefully. I parked my car, locked it, and headed straight into the schoolhouse. I didn't want to talk to anyone or take the chance of hearing those words or seeing that smile again. I knew Jake wouldn't be at school for a while, but I don't think I could even look him in the eyes. As I walked, I felt like a veteran of war. Flashes of that night kept repeating through my head. That maniacal laugh and repulsive grin flashed like an evil strobe light each time I closed my eyes. The commons that held most of the students was peppy and nearly deafening. I shoved and pushed my way through the crowd to make it through the red tape that was on the floor. Students couldn't go past this point, but I just needed to escape that claustrophobic environment. Sweat was rolling down my brow and I was breathing heavily. I just wanted to escape these thoughts. I wanted to eradicate the memories from that night. The bell rang through the speakers and I started to push myself forward. My body felt heavy and my movements were sluggish. All I had to do was get through the day and I'd be fine. The stairs were my worst enemy at this point, and it took all I could muster up just to get to the second floor to get to my locker. The halls were nothing more than a copy of the commons downstairs. The halls were just as loud, and it unsettled me. I just wanted to be alone in silence. My hands were shaking, and it took 3 tries to put in my combination. When I did, my heart stopped for a second. No. I sighed loudly and grabbed my algebra book for my backpack. Before shoving the bag in my locker, I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply before heading off to the first period. The entire time I was walking, I worried about falling asleep in class and having a nightmare, or seeing a horrid face on someone else. I just kept my head down and headed in. After the classroom filled up and everyone took their seats and quieted down, the teacher started to give instructions. Everyone, turn to page 211. We're going to be doing the quadratic formula today. I was halfway listening and didn't really want to do anything, to be honest. The only reason I was there was to escape my mom. I still worried about her. Hopefully, she didn't get hurt when she fell. Flipping open my book with one hand, I wiped the sweat off my brow with the other. When I reached page 211, I thought I was going to faint. But here is no way. This can't be real number. There, right in the middle of the book between the pages, was a small, dirty, folded piece of paper. All the sound drained out of the room, and I looked around to make sure everyone was still here. Everyone was just watching the teacher speak while he wrote on the board. They were jotting down notes, and everything seemed normal. However, when I looked back at the book, the note was still there. My hands were shaky, and my heart pounded as sweat rolled down my cheeks and the bridge of my nose. I reached and picked it up. I tried to think of some rational explanation, but my mind was far from being rational at this point. I unfolded the note. It was stained with dirt, and little bits of crumbled leaves fell from it when each fold opened. The final fold would reveal it all. My heart dropped. On the paper, in giant letters, were the words, "Then you can't escape. You will always be my friend." All the sound in the room rushed back into my eardrums. Naeth, the teacher, called out, "Are you okay? Would you like a call home?" Everyone looked at me like I had completely lost it, and I felt like I had. I ignored his request and bolted from my seat, leaving everything at my desk, and ran out of the door. I couldn't deal with this any longer. I had to rid myself of this. My moves were shit, and I am sure I scared a few people in the hallway, with sweat dripping from my face and the heavy breathing. But I didn't care. I made it downstairs and headed through the commons, out the front door of the school. The cold air cooled the sweat on my face, and my hot breath rolled out of my mouth in a large cloud of fog. I took a second to catch my breath until the visions returned. Shaking my head violently, I began to run to the parking lot to find my car. When I reached it, I yanked the keys out of my pocket, opened the door, and jumped in. I shoved the keys into the ignition and started it up, throwing it in reverse. I was a bit nervous to turn around, and, God, as silly as it sounded, I didn't want to come face to face with that thing hiding in the back seat. I resorted to the rear view mirror and used it to guide me. After backing out, straightening up my wheel, I headed out of the parking lot. My body didn't know where I was headed, but my brain and heart did. I had to rid myself of all those memories. I had to drive for a while, but I passed right by my house and headed straight for 451 Sleepy Hollow Lane. I saw the opening and slowed down as I approached it so I could turn in. Even the brightness of the morning sun was drowned out by the tall, ominous foliage. I took my car all the way down there this time. When I reached it, I couldn't do anything but sit there for a few minutes. I was taken aback by the sight of this house. It looked like nothing more than an abandoned building, but I knew the evil that hid inside there. I reached in my pocket and pulled out my Zippo. I looked at the silver casing. It reflected like a mirror, and it was at this moment where I saw myself. My eyes were bloodshot and wide. I looked back up at the house one more time before I stepped out of my car and headed to the house. I swung the front door open and looked around the house. The house looked the same as it did last night. Everything was outdated and drained of all color. Fear was still in my veins, but remembering what he did to Jake masqueraded that with a stronger emotion. Hatred. As I walked through the living room, I flipped over the coffee table, broke all the legs off, and set them up in a pile. I ripped the fabric from the couch and threw it into the pile along with the cotton it spewed from the loose seams. The images continued to flash through my head, but that only fueled me to continue this justifiable vandalism. I threw the couch cushions into the pile and then continued on into the dining room using the same idea. I ripped off the tablecloth, then flipped the table and began to break apart the legs. The wood splintered and the nails flew out of the wall when I ripped down the drapes. Satisfied with what I had done, I turned to the stairs leading to the second floor. It felt as if I was in a trance. It was like I wasn't myself. I shook the feeling and continued my voyage to the second floor. When I reached the top of the stairs, I was greeted with the same ominous silence as before. The only door that had a light on was the bedroom. My anger continued to hide my fear, and I continued into the room. The door creaked and hit the wall that stood behind it. I peered into this room. The footprints were on the floor, and in the same sack that once held my best friend lay just across from me in front of the dresser, which stood with its doors wide open. I took a few steps into the room and kept a vigil out for anything unusual. My plan was simple. Start the fire upstairs, then continue downstairs. That's the only way I knew to do away with these dreadful memories. I stepped in front of the bed, crouched down, and sparked up my lighter. The smell of lighter fluid filled my nostrils, and the fire gave off its residual heat. I stared at the flame with almost a lustful eye. This single flame would be my saving grace, my ticket to having a mind that is no longer haunted. I slid the flame under the bedskirt, and the fine silk lace went up in a blaze. I stood up and backed away to bask in the beauty. However, as I backed away, I bumped into something. It was sturdy and stood tall. I hoped and prayed it was a wall. My heartbeat began to speed up as I felt that familiar cold breath roll across my neck. I knew you would return. The voice sounded just as terrifying as the first time my ears were punished with it. Good friends always come back. The fire was now all around the bed, and was traveling up the side of the bed. I knew that all I needed to do was make it outside, and I could escape this horror. I could watch this house of hell burn in the flames it was spawned from. I gritted my teeth and spoke through them. I'll never be your friend. I sent my elbow flying into his ribs with as much force as a teenage boy could muster, and he let out a cough and doubled over. I turned a full 180 degrees and faced him. It felt good to finally see him in real pain. I could see now that he was nothing more than a human, just as I was. I swept my foot under his ankles and sent him plunging to the floor below my feet. I felt dominant and basked in the glory for a moment before hearing the fire swoosh as it engulfed the entire bed. The door was only a few feet away, so I jumped over the man and headed straight to it. As I exited the room, I heard him scream and curse my name. "Get back here, you little shit!" he yelled. "I'll kill you!" I was halfway down the stairs when I felt him grab my shoulder, spin me around, and grab me by the throat. "I told you, you could never leave." His eyes were as black as tar, and his grip was tightening. My feet lifted off the ground, and my vision began to blur. All the clawing, scratching, and kicking I did was futile. However, I had one more idea. I heard the loud crash from the other side of the house, and I knew that the bed had fallen through the floor. I had only one chance. I reached into my pants pocket and flicked my Zippo open, holding it up between us. I turned the flint wheel. The lighter clicked, sparked, and then generated a flame between the two of us. His eyes grew wide, and I shoved the flame in his face. He screamed in agony and released his grip to tend to the burning flesh. I fell back and tumbled the rest of the way to the floor. The lighter landed on the floor next to me, and the flame still burned. I jumped to my feet, scooped it up, and ran to the dining room table. Turning back, I saw that he was still screaming in agony and yelling out every curse known to man. I fashioned a torch from a table leg and the drapes. He looked up at me. Now a look of disbelief and worry fell over him. "What are you doing with that?" His bony finger pointed to the torch I held in my hand. The flames danced to an unheard song and radiated heat with each flare. I said nothing to him and simply threw the torch his way with all my might. The torch struck him in the chest and caused him to fall back onto the stairs. He was beginning to be engulfed in flames, so I took this opportunity to run to the living room to start the final fire. As he screamed out in pain and hatred, I could feel the heat radiating from his burning body. He was getting closer. I had to hurry. I grabbed a handful of cotton from the couch and lit it with my hand. The cotton flared up and blistered the tips of my fingers slightly. My hand retracted in pain and the cotton fell to the couch cushions below. A similar flare followed, and I turned to face my enemy one more time. A raging ball of flames was running toward me, and I did what instincts told me to do. I turned and ran, busting through the front door onto the porch. I stumbled and fell into the dead leaves that had fallen through the autumn season. Dirt and mud smeared across my shirt and jeans as I slid, not wasting any time. I scurried back up to my feet and hurried to my car, swinging open the door, diving in the car, and starting it up. The engine sputtered and started up. The man came running out of the house, cursing my name as he ascended the stairs off the porch. He stumbled and fell to the hard ground that was covered with the dry leaves of the trees. Leaves around him began to burn, and I threw the car in reverse and began retreating. After backing up a bit, I turned my head around to make sure I was clear. The man lay there on the ground, motionless. I felt no remorse or empathy. All I was doing was protecting myself and my friend. I continued backing up until I reached the road. From there I called Jake. "Hello? Dude, I've done it. I beat him." I didn't notice the excitement in my voice. "What are you talking about? Why aren't you at school? You sound like my mom." I choked. "Listen, this morning some weird shit happened. That guy we saw in the house took over my mom or something. She said something that only he would know, and she had his maniacal grin." I stopped to catch my breath, and Jake took the chance to interrupt. "Slow down, dude. What are you doing now? What do you mean you beat him?" He sounded worried. I laughed a little. "I beat him and burned that house to the ground with him in it. You know what that means. We're set free. We don't have to deal with the nightmare any longer. He's dead." Silence commenced, and then the line went dead. I looked down at my phone just as the backlight went out. I saw my reflection on my screen. I looked pale, and my black eyes looked sunken to my skull. My cheeks were beginning to sink into my face as well. I looked malnourished. The smoke was billowing from the tops of the trees, and I heard the sirens in the distance. I dropped my phone on the ground and began crying. I had just escaped. I said to myself, I escaped from one nightmare just to live through another one. The police car and fire truck stopped in front of me, and they commenced to their duties. The firemen ran down the forest with the fire hose, and the policemen ran up to me. Are you okay? Do you know what happened here? I looked at him through my tears and mumbled to him that the fire would set me free. My voice was shaken as I spoke. Did you start this fire, boy? His tone of concern quickly turned to anger. Did you? My head fell back down, and I stared at the concrete below me. I mumbled. He stood up and called it into the station to let them know they had found the culprit. He reached down and pulled me up from the ground and began to read me my rights as he cuffed me. My court case was a quick one, and I pled guilty, knowing here is no way I could go free. My parents still don't understand what happened, and they refuse to listen to my story. Jake knows what we saw in the house, and I suppose me and him were the only two that ever will. I am not sure if he believes me. However, I did find out he was the one who called the police. He was a true friend, so I think he was only doing what he thought was best. Then again, maybe he thinks I am crazy, just as my parents do. I refuse to take the insanity plea because I know I am not. I have a lot of time to think about this, I suppose. Loneliness is really the worst part. My parents quit visiting, and Jake can only come when he isn't bombarded with schoolwork. Lucky for me, this journal the prison has given me keeps the bad thoughts of my past at bay. The therapist I've been going to has really seemed to help as well. The only thing I find strange is that the therapist swears that the police never found the body of any man. I refuse to believe such a lie. I know he's dead. I watched him burn. Perhaps she is the crazy one. Eigen Dan hears that smell again. I could smell it all the time. However, I can never pinpoint it. I suppose I'll ask the guard later if anyone has been burning anything within the vicinity of the jailhouse. It's not a pleasant smell. More of a stench, really. The familiarity of it is shocking. I know I've smelled it somewhere. Maybe I am just fabricating memories.